Good morning, everyone. We hope if everyone he is well. Imagine if River Rees had a WhatsApp and would send you a message and say, "Dear, thank you for bringing these plastics to me, but dear, I have never requested them. That's why River Rees guard, it is sort of the problem, not to wait until there is accumulation. When you look at River Rees, on the areas like Katete, Rwebikona, down Chitovero, we always have accumulation of plastics that always broke the water flow. And we see that between 200 to 250 plastics always compiled there. So River is guard, it is to correct them from these hotspot areas. We are using a bubble interception technology where we are using IoT tools like sensors that these plastics, when they accumulate on the river, the bubble we have we have the bubble pipe that blows the air from a solar system, then it goes, it is read longitudinally, intercepted by our floating barriers, then they collect within the trash bomb. So it means our system, it goes and we pick them from that system. So also when we collect them, we should not wait to pollute the ground, so we go to the business model. Let me allow my colleague to take on.
Thank you very much. On the business model, after collecting our plastics on the river, we shall get them out using different personnels. Then we have a kiln where we melt these plastic bottles in a way that they're not dangerous to the environment. So after melting that paste, we have some molding boxes where we shall make plastic pavers mixed with some sand and cement. And we shall be selling those pavers to get money to maintain our system at the river, as well as paying our workers. Thank you very much. So this one is going to demonstrate for you how the interception will be working on the river practically.
So interception technology, like when these bubbles come up, they will push the bottles, the plastics, the vuvelas aside to the bank of the river, and this pipe, for perforated pipe, is always put on the river bed, so that those bubbles can come up and push, and there it is put diagonally all at 45 degrees to help direct these plastics to a certain corner for easy correction.
So with the river guard, we call everyone who is seated here and people who are outside to come up, and instead of waiting these plastics to accumulate and they pollute the water within the water and the land, we are saying, no, come on board, help and collaborate with river guard system so as we can prevent accumulation of plastics within riverways. Thank you.
Thank you, Team Riz Guard. we are going to receive comments, feedback. The feedback is to help you improve on your presentation, okay? You're not competing right now. So whatever feedback we give you is to help you improve on your presentation. I can start, then my other colleagues will follow. Why did you have to start with, I hope everyone is well? I didn't like your start. Please start with energy. Don't even go into, I hope everyone is well. Just say, hi everyone, this is Riz. This is Team Riz Guard. And then start off. The story was also, it was not, the reason as to why you should give that opening story, because I think you have an opening story, is to capture the attention of the people looking at you, to help you also gain confidence. But a story leads us to statistics. You did not talk about the problem, did you? Please talk about the problem. You had some numbers. After the story, let it not be long, recompose it. It did not come out the way I expected, but dive deep, immediately dive into the problem, okay? Tell us about the problem. What's the solution? You rushed to the solution. Before, what is 60%? Go to the problem statement. You didn't tell us the 60% and what is it about. You rushed to the solution, but the solution, you did not also explain it well. When you switched and gave the next person to present the business model canvas, instead of talking about the business model canvas, they talked about the solution. Am I right? The people who are listening. You just talked about the solution, which is not right. Let the person who is talking about the problem, the solution, digest it well and make sure that it's understandable. If you want to switch, then, yeah, you did not. What is your technology? Is it RiskGuard or interception? So you see, you were using two words. One of you said interception technology. Another person came and said RiskGuard. What is RiskGuard? Is it the technology or it's the project? And it's better to get the name of the project from the technology. You merge the technology with the problem, or you merge the technology maybe with Riz. But considering that this is something that should scale not only to be used in Riz, I would advise that you get the name of the technology or the solution to, I don't know how. Because if you say RiskGuard, meaning that it's only designed for Riz, when it comes to you marketing and commercializing this, how about people in another river or Lake Albert? Are they also going to use it? Okay, so think about that. Let's get more feedback from. Okay, quickly.
Thank you, team. Mine is simple. It's related to how they concluded. I kept following, but at the end, they didn't tell us that they are concluding, or this is the last slide. So it is always nice to have a conclusive remark.
Okay, thank you, Team RiskGuard. As already highlighted, we need to see your presentation flowing. It should be like a story. One should follow. So when you are starting, we expect an introduction, which is catchy, that catchy statement to steal the audience. And then once you have started, even there are some things you have to present that you may not need to talk about. So the team members, we didn't see them. We are just seeing them now. So they come popping. The team members, then you tell us the problem. We didn't get the problem. Supposing I was not attending the previous presentations, I wouldn't know. So present your problem, and it should show why it is worth solving. It should be a problem. And once you have presented your problem, tell us what you are going to do. That business model, that canvas model, it will involve even the solution you have. Explain your solution as someone is doing the demonstration. When some other person is talking about the solution, then another person is demonstrating. And be creative, have some pointer. Because you had the nice pictures coming, but they came in the introduction. The solution picture, I saw it coming when he was still introducing. So let the picture come at the right time. And make sure that as you are talking, there is a pointer you are telling us this is happening. And if there is any picture relating to what you are talking about, point to it so that we follow through, and we should know that you are ending, as he has said. We didn't know whether you are ending or still in the middle there. We became confused a little. So make sure it is a story flowing, and then you end when you're supposed to end. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tim. I loved your presentation. But just a quick one is when you look at your business model canvas, you need to convince the judges or the audience to quickly appreciate where the money is. If a funder here told maybe he was offering $1 million shillings or $1 billion, you need to clearly tell us if you're removing the bottles from the river as you're demonstrating the basin right there, then what next? Are you just removing them and throwing them somewhere else? Where are you putting the bottles at the end of the day? That needs to come out clearly. And also, this is a tip. As you present, ensure that you have someone who is very good at speech, who does not fear the eyes of the people, who understands the timeline. You know that you're working within 5 minutes. Have someone who will clearly bring out the problem, the pain point. Let we, the audience, feel that it's indeed a problem. Otherwise, if you just project and we are only looking at solar panels and things like that, and we are not feeling what the real problem is, we should just think you're presenting, and it can be an issue. Otherwise, thank you, and you can use this feedback to refine your very, very final presentation. Just to.
You know, someone talked about it, but still in the introduction. So it should come at the end, justifying your solution and how you are going to benefit from it. Okay? Maybe the other thing you guys, okay, sorry. The other thing that you need to add, everyone, is you can add a slide that talks about the ask. Next steps and ask. Our next steps from here, remember there are so many people who will be watching. What is your next step, and where do you need support? UCOBS may not be able to fund you for your next steps, but you should have a picture of, okay, why are we presenting? What is our ask? Don't base on whatever, you don't know how much they are giving, the winners, if it's monetary or whatever, but I mean, have it as a discipline, as innovators, always have a next step. This is what we would like to do, and this is how much we will need to do what we want to do. It can be on one slide, okay? Yeah, so the presenter, please up the presentation skills. If you see, I mean, look at each other and see, can we support the person to make sure that at times I'm not comfortable standing behind this thing. I can move away when I'm presenting, because that's when I feel like I have gained my confidence. But it depends on how. That's why I kept asking you, are you comfortable where you are standing? So always make sure that wherever you want to present from, it's a comfortable position for you to gain confidence and present very well. Otherwise, we wish you the best. So, okay. Do you have any question? Or do we have any other feedback in 1 minute from any? Okay. You want to give feedback? We have Dr. Chiza here.
Yeah, thank you so much, team. Thank you for appearing in front. It's not simple. Thank you for the presentation. I just wanted to just briefly talk about the problem. Yeah, make sure the problem stands out. Kindly take me to the problem. I just only saw two outlines. If you don't mind, the problem. Yeah, I only saw something like 60%. There is a lot of waste. Okay, okay. But basically, make sure your problem is fronted. Like, why do you care to solve the problem? Like, what is likely to happen if this problem is not solved? Don't just tell us 60% of this. So what? You know, add just one bullet. If this problem is solved, we are likely maybe to save, you know, have some bullets trying to explain why you care to solve the problem. And also the confidence in front matters. If you're the one presenting, amongst that bigger group, stand out from the very many, so that we get to see who is presenting and face us. Because at the end of the day, it is us that we need to understand what you're doing. We assume you already know, but for us, we don't know at all. Face us, be bold enough, talk to us. And how you end, how you switch from one person to another one matters. So let the transition be visible. You get it? So have just one breath. Show why you care to solve the problem.
Thank you. Let's clap for them. Yeah. So now I'm going to hand over to Sankala. The other teams, we are going to pend you for now for something that he's going to tell us about.
Okay, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, that was quite insightful. I love the prototyping, the mind behind the prototyping already. And we will have a number of you coming through later. We will have a big delegation later joining us, including also the city mayor of this city, and also quite a number of big wigs of the university are coming through. So you want to be at your best in the afternoon. But for now, just like we had promised, you will allow us now first, again, hear from the U.S. Embassy here in Uganda. Like I told you, this bootcamp was coordinated also in a consortium with alumni of the U.S. exchange programs, particularly the Mandela Washington Fellowship and also the Fulbright program. And because of that, we want to hear out from the embassy, and if there could be anything that you might want to pick around, especially around exchange programs also. I understand within the audience there could be the next Mandela Washington Fellow because of the work that you're about to do in conservation and the rest. So what does it actually take, for instance, to land some of these fellowships for the US and then the likes? Now joining us this morning is, I would call her Madame Lana Surface. She holds a Master's of Public Administration and of course specializing in global policy analysis and developmental evaluation. She would later go to serve as a non-profit community coordinator at SPA Service Corps program at Indiana University, Bloomington, and subsequently do a number of roles again, including program assistant, graduate gateway program at American University, later becoming assistant director of bridge programs, School of Professional and Extended Studies at American University, later becoming associate director of undergraduate and post baccalaureate programs there, quite a hard one there. Later becoming also associate director of graduate and executive programs at the same university, before transitioning to becoming a cultural affairs assistant at U.S. Department of State in Afghanistan. Later becoming also a professional associate, public diplomacy at Muscat, Oman, and later becoming the Foreign Service Officer here at the Embassy of the US in Uganda. Actually, before that, she served in the same position in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, later Cairo in Egypt, and before that, she joined us here in Uganda as a Foreign Service Officer at the US Department of State, again, serving Uganda, like I already put it. So, Lana, without much ado, you will allow me welcome you to this very one. And a brief background, we've been here for the last 4 days. Today is the 5th. And the team you're about to talk to is comprised of a number of young innovators. I would call them prospective innovators from different faculties at Bara University of Science and Technology. And all they're doing is actually hacking innovative solutions for conservation, concentrating largely on River Rizi, which is the main source of water here in the city, Mbarara city. And because of that, they have had an opportunity to go to the field, interface with the community. The community could mean a random swimmer in that river and all the likes. In what we called challenge mapping, they got these challenges. Each one of them came here, came back. We grouped them in teams, presented a number of challenges, each one of them, and then they would later zero down to one challenge per team. And today, just like you could have seen already, the team that was pitching slightly before, they now have started working on the solutions, and they are, kind of telling us about how they could actually solve those challenges utilizing tech, but also upholding or championing conservation. And we believe that the US Embassy, of course, has a number of opportunities that could target each one of them. If you could also echo around that, that would be very important. Over to you, Lana. Thank you very much.
All right. Good morning, everyone, and thank you. Honestly, just thank you for letting me join you this morning. I'm actually calling in from Vienna, Austria. Normally, I'm in Kampala, but I am here in Vienna learning from many of my colleagues from around the world best practices on how really to promote young people's ideas, exchanges, and opportunities to make our whole world a better place. So thank you to the distinguished faculty there, the mentors, and most importantly, the brilliant young innovators of Mbarara University of Science and Technology. Congratulations on completing the Tech Advanced Bootcamp and all the work you have done this week. So my understanding from what Sankara has said and my colleagues is that about 5 days ago, you walked in with some ideas. But today, you leave as engineers, entrepreneurs, and really stewards of our world. And that transformation is really no small thing. This week, you applied your skills to one of the most urgent issues in your community. How do you protect River Ruizi, the lifeblood of Mbarara and the sole source of fresh water in the region? You asked, how do we protect what sustains us? And how do we turn a prototype into a movement? Those are not just engineering questions. Those are leadership questions. And I want to recognize a few people that have made this week possible. So first of all, Sankara, our Mandela Washington Fellow. Your leadership as an MWF participant, innovation tech entrepreneur, and a co-architect of this bootcamp is exactly what we want to see out of our exchange participants. This is what we believe in supporting, and you came home and you built this, and we're really proud of you. To Professor Natalia, who I don't believe is there in person, but we love to see, she's a Fulbright scholar, we love to see this continuing partnership with the Department of State and with our students and teachers and university officials around the world. She didn't only teach, she invested. She brought expertise in engineering and prototype and put it in the hands of all of you there in the room. And we really appreciate that. Her and Sankara modeled exactly what we want reciprocal program exchange to look like. So they are really our premier example of how these programs work. To Dr. Sarah, Ms. Nuryat, and Mr. Francis, and there may be a few others, but thank you for guiding these people this past week and really shaping their ideas and turning ideas into action. And of course, to our partners at MUST, our friendship is long and deep, and we value it very closely. To URSB, thank you for providing some IP and patenting sessions. And of course, to the Mayor of Mbarara, Mr. Kachapezi, thank you for lending your presence, your support, everything to this initiative. It speaks volumes about the city's commitment to innovation. The United States believes that science, technology, engineering, and entrepreneurship are tools of sovereignty, sustainability, and self-determination. It's a public health issue. It's a national security issue. And the work you've done this week really brings that all together. To every student here, do not let momentum stop at the end of the day. Refine your prototypes, pitch them, find partners, seek funding, protect that river, because that really is the lifeblood of your community, and your community is counting on you. And we believe you're more than equal to the task of protecting it. The U.S. Embassy remains committed to supporting Uganda's next generation of innovators, entrepreneurs, and leaders. So congratulations for the week that you've completed. I know you probably have some questions about educational opportunities, about exchange programs. My colleague Vero is also on the line. I don't know if her mic is on, but both of us stand ready to answer any questions you have, introduce you to different ideas and programs we offer. Okay, thumbs up. Hopefully. Okay. But I also want to mention, because I'm actually in an American Spaces training, if you haven't experienced it, in Kampala, we have what's called the American Center. And that is a wealth of knowledge at your fingertips, whether it is free Wi-Fi, library resources, research journals, regular programming, whether it's on AI or we're doing a bunch of World Cup programming right now. So there's sports diplomacy, there's entrepreneurship opportunities. We try to really give you what you are looking for. So if you have ideas on how we can be beneficial, or just want to learn more about the resources that are already available. So if you have questions, Vero and I are here to answer them. And hopefully we'll see you as exchange participants soon. And hopefully I'll be seeing you in Mbarara very soon as well. Sante sana. Thank you, everyone. And Sankara, I should say, if there are questions, I'm happy to take them.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah, do we have some questions? I want to believe she was really loud and clear and also straight to the point. Do you have any questions, especially around, for instance, US exchange programs, and she also mentioned around academic programs and the sort. She also mentioned about the American Center in the US, I mean in Kampala. Okay, we have a question.
Thank you so much. How may we contact you in case of any inquiries? Maybe could you share like an email or something along those lines? Thank you.
Okay.
Email is surface, my last name, SURFACELA. So the first two letters of my first name. So surfacela at state.gov. I just ask if you do email me directly, remind me how we've met and the program that you participated in. Tell me that, hey, I was part of this Tech Advanced Bootcamp in Mbarara, and I'll immediately remember. Feel free to link in with me. I'm always happy to connect you with my team. So Vero, who's on the line here, she heads up all of our exchanges. So whether that's MWF or we're preparing to send some students from high schools over to the US. Like, we have all sorts of exchanges. It doesn't matter if you are a ministry official or a secondary school student. We've got things at all levels. She also oversees our entire Education USA program. So if you're interested in studying in the United States, we're happy to help you walk through applications, think about different universities that may make the most sense, help kind of guide you on some of those best practices. And yep, I will absolutely type my email address in the chat. But feel free to reach out to us and let us know how we can help. I will say most of the time people come to us and they're like, we want money. Funding is not something we normally offer just off the bat, but we do sometimes advertise different grants programs on our website and on social media. So if we do have something available, like, hey, do you have an idea in this area? That is going to be the best place to look for that information. So follow us on social media as well. And that's U.S. Embassy Uganda.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have another question? Okay, looks like we are now going to call out for a vote of thanks from the team, so that we could proceed with the pitches. We have anyone willing to give a vote of thanks? Hey, aha! You people, you can't keep the notion of Mbarara does it when we want. Okay, we have someone here. I think I've not seen him speak.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Arunda Trevor Enoch is my appellation. I come from the Faculty of Computing and Informatics. Kickstarting everything, I want to thank the well-meaning lasses and lads that have managed to stand up on their feet and come to this ground of prototyping and pitching. I want to thank the mentors that have been available, and I want to also thank you for the mouth-watering meals that you have always provided. Back to the embassy, that's straight out from Zambia. We want to give out thanks to you. We want to thank you for the mentorship. We want to thank you for the funding and everything that you have provided. Adios, adios. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Right there. And indeed, Lana, from all of us here, we want to be able to extend our heartfelt thanks. Also to remind you that part of the consortium making this happen is Must IUC UCOPS. This is, again, a program here at Bara University of Science and Technology, looking at, a number of ways, and particularly this bootcamp has been supported by a consortium of 2 sub-projects under the Gen 1, one being sub-project 1, focusing on improved conservation practices of the environment and natural resources, and therefore that brought on board conservation expertise and the likes. The other one was sub-project 5 that focuses on youth employability and also making sure that they sustainably can be able to make it through skilling, innovation, experiential learning, and also technology transfer. And this brought the expertise of business and entrepreneurship within the bootcamp. Otherwise, again, thank you very much. We're very glad that you could actually get some time off your busy schedule and talk to these prospective innovators. Thank you very much.
In a couple minutes to my colleagues. We're supposed to be highlighting a partner we really value in our countries that we're working, and I'm actually doing it on Mbarara University of Science and Technology. So again, thank you guys for letting me be part of your day. I'm telling the whole world about how great you are in just a few minutes. So thank you, and good luck with the rest of the pitches.
Good day, Lana. Okay, so I will now hand over back to Dennis for us to now again continue with our pitch practice. Congratulations to the first team. I think those were our bulletproof. I hope the rest of the teams are already learning from them. Thank you. Back to you, Dennis.
Thank you very much, Sankara, for that part. And so the remaining teams, I believe you were able to pick a leaf or 2 or a branch from the first team. So we need your presentations on this disk so that we keep using one machine, and that can make the flow easily, okay? So let's have the second team share their slides on this disk, and then we can project for you for the benefit of the people following on Zoom as well, okay? Thank you. Second team. Camp map, yes.
Hello. Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are Team Camp Map. Imagine a river, River Rizi, whose banks are covered with healthy vegetation, supporting biodiversity, tourism, and clean water for surrounding communities. Unfortunately, that is not the reality today. Many sectors of the riverbanks are being degraded by destructive economic activities because they provide immediate income to local communities. As a result, vegetation is lost, erosion increases, water quality declines, and the river ecosystem becomes increasingly vulnerable. Existing interventions, such as regulation, restoration projects, and sensitization campaigns, are important, but they often struggle because they do not provide strong and sustainable economic incentives for conservation. The challenge is simple. How can we make conserving River Rizi more valuable than degrading it? Our solution is Camp Map. Camp Map identifies riverbank plots with high ecotourism potential and transforms them into environmentally responsible campsites. Using drone technology, we assess sections of the river based on factors such as scenic beauty, accessibility, terrain suitability, and environmental sensitivity. We then select the most suitable locations for ecotourism and development. These campsites offer activities such as camping, nature walks, cycling, birdwatching, and local cuisine and recreation. Unlike activities that degrade the riverbanks, these businesses depend on a healthy and attractive environment to succeed. By creating economic value from conservation, Camp Map turns riverbank protection into a business opportunity rather than a cost. Camp Map operates as a social enterprise. This is under the business mode and its impact. Instead of only recommending sites to other operators, we develop and manage campsites ourselves in partnership with local communities. Revenue comes from camping fees, restaurant and hospitality services, guided tours and nature walks, bicycle rentals, education and recreational events, which are already booming elsewhere but not in River Rizi. Our impact model is straightforward. Healthy riverbanks attract visitors, visitors generate revenue, revenue creates jobs, jobs create incentives to conserve the river. By aligning conservation with economic activities, we shall be able to leverage the economic potential of the river. So we ask, why Camp Map? Many conservation projects focus on stopping harmful activities. Camp Map focuses on creating a better alternative. Rather than asking communities to sacrifice economic opportunities for conservation, we create economic opportunities that depend on conservation. Our approach combines drone-based site identification, ecotourism development, community employment, sustainable conservation incentives. This creates a self-reinforcing cycle where protecting the river becomes financially rewarding. We're a multidisciplinary team of students from Bar University and Science and Technology participating in the River Rizzi Conservation Camp. Our team brings together technology, environmental conservation, innovation, and community engagement with people coming from the Faculty of Business, Faculty of Computing, and the Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies. For our demo, our closing remarks before our demo. So, saving River Rizzi, one campsite at a time. Yeah, allow me to show you the demo. So we have a landing page that's very accessible. It is offline first. So you can contact us. You visit the site, and then you can send us a message for partnerships. We're also working on a mobile app that will be ready by afternoon. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, team. Camp map. I like the presentation skills of the presenter. Well done. Just a few things to change, gain more confidence, and also maintain the eye contact. I think you kept your eyes more on the reading, what was there, meaning that you haven't owned your presentation yet. Okay? Own your presentation. Like, for example, and this goes to everyone, when you're presenting your innovation, the innovation has come from you. That's what we believe. So you should know how you want this to work instead of reading, okay? So tell us about the innovation. What are the different features? That's what you can put on the slide. The different features. You can take also a screenshot of what the prototype and put it, but bold out, let the features stand out so that they guide you to speak through your innovation. Then the other comment is about the font size. I had to walk to the back to see if I'm still able to read the words. The font size is too small. It even looks like it's not 12. So try to consider like at least 24 and above, or 22 depending on how much you're putting on the slide. Some things are not necessary. For things that you can speak off head, do not put them. They will just crowd. Every time I'm doing a practice, and this goes to everyone, a pitch practice, look at things that you can do away with. If you're able to remember to talk about them, then just remove them so that you don't get your slide crowded with so many words, okay? Okay, let's get more feedback.
Yeah, thank you very much, Camp Map. I also liked your confidence in the presentation. You managed time properly. You only lost some seconds when you were trying to transit to come and demonstrate what the website looks like. So in the afternoon, maybe you will have worked out that. And the other comment I wanted to ask you or to give you is, we didn't see the money part. For all the teams that will be coming to present, this is a competition. It's a tech advanced bootcamp. You're working out solutions to save River Rizzi, and also you must blend in the entrepreneurship part of it. Get it? So if a funder gives you this much money, what do you intend to do? Don't tell us you're going to make a website and people can camp and do whatever, but where is the money? How are you benefiting as an innovator? That's the biggest take home for everyone that is here, okay? Thank you.
Where is the money? Who is it affordable? Is it going to be affordable? That's why your business model canvas, which if I can remember, I didn't see. Did you put it? So the business, business model canvas should be there, but after projecting it, pick out the most important things you want us to know about your business. Who is the user? How would you reach out to them? How much are you going to sell? What is the cost of putting this together? How much are you going to sell, and how? Revenue streams. We will, maybe it will be a monthly subscription. Who are your partners? Quickly talk through the business model canvas, everyone. If it doesn't make sense to people, you're not doing anything. However beautiful your solution could be, you're not doing anything, because we are looking at uptake, scalability, and affordability. Is it affordable to the user? Is it something that will bring you money? So please make sure that you bring out that. Also, when you go back, include the ask. Way forward or next steps and the ask. And then your team slide. We want to see those beautiful and handsome faces. Put their name, discipline, so that when you display, you will say our team is comprised of this and this. You don't mention the names, mention their disciplines. It's a multidisciplinary team comprised of this and this and this. Then you can give a concluding remark, like a concluding statement. I heard you had it so, but it was not powerful enough to conclude and say, okay, this is what we can remember about this team. Are we together? Then the other, when you transitioned to the innovation, there was no energy. You explained the problem very well. I liked the way you explained. You would say, we bring to you, it's called what? My team, or you can say, we bring to you camp map, and then you pause and then tell us what camp map is. You're calling our attention to say, okay, we bring to you this. Now we are waiting to see how you explain it, okay? And then please, one of you should master the demonstration so that you don't have to be the one to now come and demonstrate. As he demonstrates, you can walk through like you show. I don't know, I need advice from other people, how best they can do it. Anyone? I feel like that transition, him walking from there, it felt like he's the only team member.
The best way to do this simply applies to people that have tangible prototypes. So that once he's talking about it and explaining how it works, just like the team had the basin and the water, someone can now be showing, these are the bottles, this is what. But in this scenario where yours is now it's a website. The best thing is to get a screenshot of your website and paste it in one of the slides, so that if it's about you talking about everything, then it's displayed for the audience to see. Otherwise, if you have to come this side, then you type in, it might somehow take some of your time. Yeah.
Okay. Let's get more feedback. Dr. Prudence, you have? Basically, I liked the problem. Now it is coming. Yesterday we were still struggling, but now it is coming. My comment was basically on the quality of your slides. We want the slides to be attractive and legible. Someone should be able to read as you talk. And then as you talk, don't use your what? Don't read so much. Try to talk to us. You just look there slightly to be guided, but don't be taken because you were somehow, you would miss a word and that catches on your what? On your confidence. So try to master your presentation without relying on reading, and then have that screenshot to make sure that there is no gap in your presentation. Any other person with feedback? Dr. Kiza?
Thank you so much, Team Camp Map. First strength, you're good. I like how you opened up. I like how you speak. You only need a few things like they have highlighted: the main confidence to face the people, the main confidence to own what you have, not just completely reading and you only give us a simple eyesight, then you go back to reading. But I like how your points are coming out of your mouth. We can feel there is a certain significant level of confidence. I like how you bring out your problem. However, something, because your problem is your core thing, this is what is currently at hand that is wrong. You said existing interventions are good, but they struggle. Someone in the audience would want to know which existing interventions are there. You may not necessarily, highlight all of them. You would say existing interventions have shown potential like this. However, they are struggling in this particular area because we want to believe there is something that has been done before. It has got a certain level of strength. However, some consistent weakness might be lying there that is justifying the need for you to come up with camp map. You get it? Don't just say existing interventions are good, but they struggle. Show us, at least tell us a bit, much more a bit of those interventions. They could be 2 or 3 because we want to believe they have some level of strength. And they have weaknesses from which you are coming up with your camp map. Okay? Don't just come up with a gap.
Thank you, Dr. Kiza. Yeah, and then one time, this goes to all of you. I forgot to mention it yesterday. One time, I attended a webinar where we had an investor talk to us. And one thing he mentioned, he's an investor, he invests in innovations. He said, if I don't like you, I can't fund you. So it's up to you to make yourself likable to me. Maintain eye contact. At some point, keep a smile where it is necessary. Show that you're serious with whatever you want to present. You are dressed up smartly, that's a tick, but also the other things improve on them. If I don't like you, I can't fund you. Even said, if I cannot take a beer with you, replace it with soda for me, I cannot fund you. And we're like, okay. So meaning that we have to impress the funders. We have to impress whoever we are presenting to. Well done. Thank you. Okay, let's have the next team. Eco-Innovate. Team Eco-Innovate. Quickly.
So the timer is on, you can start.
Hello everyone. I introduce to you Eco-Innovate, a team that is turning a river crisis into sustainable solution, and we are restoring rivers, protecting Hello everyone. I introduce to you Eco-Innovate, a team that is turning a river crisis into sustainable value.
We are restoring rivers, protecting forests, and providing livelihood. And let's dive in. Distinguished judges, imagine a man tied up with a heavy burden on the chest, and yet you still expect him to fight. This is the same situation with our river Rizi. It's every time rain comes, it's being filled with heavy sediment. It's being choked in its silence. And we look at this as a waste. We still call it up to fight and provide livelihood and sustain our communities. And we are saying that we cannot call something they have stolen from us a waste. Imagine water washes our fertile soil from the hills, drops them into the river, and yet we still look at them and we say that this is a waste. As Eco Innovate, we are coming in and saying that we have to provide a solution because there has been increased water turbidity, there has been a lot of sediments that are interfering with the river flow, causing flooding during the rainy seasons, and our solution is a restore. We are saying, what if the material burying river Rizi could be turned into a product that can restore our community? We bring to you climate smart energy conserving stoves. And these stoves will, first of all, reduce the sediments in the river. They will reduce on the amount of deforestation because every stove that is being produced is reducing on the amount of trees that are being cut. Every stove that is being produced is reducing on the amount of air pollution. And here is our unique value proposition. Before sediments have been choking our river, with Eco Innovate, we are saying no more. This is not a waste. This is something we can turn into value and instead actually go ahead and use it to restore our environment. Previously, there has been a lot of challenges that are affecting our river, sediments overpiling into the river bedrock, but with us, we are saying that this is something we can turn into a product that can save our environment and provide livelihood for the people. And let's go on with our next speaker to take you through some of the other aspects of our project.
So with Restore, we seek to target many people. But before that, how are we going to make money? In our money-making session, we are able to identify our target. Our target population in this case are the communities are residing around River Rizi, the households which are using the stoves. And in that, we are going to sell to them the cook stoves that we shall make. And also our cook stoves here, because they are environmental friendly, they are going to save our river. We also aim to make money by partnering with the NGOs and environmental agencies that are very passionate about conserving the environment. So here in our channels, we are going to use the community cooperatives. We are going to use the community cooperatives that we shall use to channel our product. Also, we shall utilize the youth projects through which we shall do the distribution of our products. And also, we are going to look out for the institutions that use the cook stoves, that in this way we shall be able to get our products to them. So there's a lot that has already been talked about. So our team, so as you can see, our team, it's a multidisciplinary team, and in it we have the agriculturalists, the engineers, the nurses, the computer scientists. So thank you.
Feedback.
Thank you, Eco Innovate. My observation is particularly on the statistics. You talked about the amount of pollution reduced, but we don't see the statistics that you are benching on. Then the slides also seem to be crowded with words. You go to the second slide. That is the second slide. Yeah, the last, go to next one. If I were you, I would reduce most of these bullets, then I just speak them the way they are. I explain to people. Because now, when you go ahead explaining about the race sediment effect in the river, lower fuel consumption, it takes a lot of time. And when you put something here, you highlight it here, and you don't explain it to us, it means that it just came in as a smuggling kind of stuff. I think you can summarize that.
Okay, thank you, Team Eco Innovates. Yeah, the problem is there, but when it comes to your solution, I didn't hear how you are going to use the sediment to make that stove. So there is that disconnect. You are going. You talk about many things, fuel consumption, pollution. So now we get lost where the sediment is coming in the making of the stove, and how you are going to make money. So make sure there is that connection between the sediment and the stove. Yeah, you somehow lost it.
I also would like to supplement on Dr. Prudence's comment. As a layman, my mind is already fine-tuned to appreciating that stoves are made out of clay. And I don't know whether you understand the meaning of the word sediment properly. Sediment is almost 80% sand or dust. So you also need to, in a way, make us appreciate how you're utilizing the sediment to come up with this solution, and also show us the money. Because in the afternoon, we shall have a team of judges here. These have been expertly selected because they have the expertise in different fields. So if one of them wants to deny you a mark and they ask you such a question, you should be in position to defend the team. You can be confident, but if you cannot defend that, then you lose it, okay? Otherwise, well done.
Okay, well done, well done. Eco-innovate. Eco-innovate. You were telling us about the problem, but honestly, me, I did not understand the problem. The problem did not come out. You conversed and conversed. Even that story was not coming out. Please take this feedback in a good heart. You all look smart, but the problem is not there. I am convinced you're talking about this, then picking this, then picking. It's like when you are in the bush. You want to pick grasshoppers, you want to pick grass, you want to pick everything. Please focus. We have been talking about focusing. Tell that story if you want to tell, but where are the facts? Where are the numbers? What have you been writing? We want the numbers. We want that flow. The ideal, the reality, the consequences, current solutions, critique the solution, and what do you want to give us? You see how it leads us to the solution? 2, the solution is not clear. If you're talking about stoves, where is evidence that the sediment can make stoves that will be using fire and they will stay without any distractions? Where is evidence? When we are talking about solutions, especially people who are building hardware or tangible products, we need to know the how and why. How is it going to be built, and why are you building it that way? Do you have evidence that whatever you're mixing this with will accommodate the fire? For how long? And if it is the solution you're providing, how does it link to the problem you're trying to solve? You understand? So I need that to come out very well. Otherwise, we are not making money here. We are not becoming innovators. Are we together? So go back quickly. Try to see. I don't know who gave. Okay, do you have a reason as to why? Can you tell us more about? Maybe we are thinking otherwise. That's all.
Okay, thank you so much. This is the reason to why we. This is the reason why we chose the stoves. Number one, we are looking at the sediment in the river being looked at as a waste, while it's causing a lot of problems in the river. First of all, there is water turbidity. Yeah. All right, thank you. First, on the reason to why we chose the stove, this is something we are looking at that is going to get what we have been previously looking at as a waste and turn it into a tool. All right. On the technicality, on the sediments, we shall be restoring this sediment. And in the sediment, there are different materials. For example, there can even be metals, plastics, and cavella. So we shall be removing the product we want. We shall be using sand and clay, only those two products. And
Let's have Rogers, then we have an agriculturalist here.
Team Eco Innovate, I think you need to do some kind of literature, most especially on river systems. In the already stage of any river, we expect deposition, and deposition must be either sediment. Sediment in this case, you are talking about eroded soils. When you say segment, then you bring in this aspect of polythene bags and what? It will not work. Sediment as a standalone variable, it's completely soil. And this soil is composed of like 80%. Actually, it's 80% sand. So you need to look at the different ingredients of which you're going maybe to apply in that sand, then come up with your innovation. Otherwise, you shouldn't lose track.
Dennis, you wanted to supplement, give guidance?
Thank you very much. Thank you, team. Is it Eco Innovate? I think you need to do a lot, because basically you're here to sell us a problem. And from the look of things, your problem is not there. Why am I saying your problem is not there? If you tell us that you're going to come up with, in any way, I'm even confused. Are you going to get the stoves or the materials to use in the stoves from the sediments? Which of the two? Yes. And you come up with stoves. And remember, sediments, just like my brother said, sediments, this is just soil. It's just soil, not clay, not what. This is just soil. So I think you need to do a lot about this problem thing. There is no problem, sure. There's no problem.
let me just hijack him also. Dear members, dear team, your work is good, but how you explaining it? Because I am struggling. Only one person is explaining, yet you told us you have a multidisciplinary team. If you are not able to explain it, let your other team member, who is an expert in that particular field, explain it. But if it is only you explaining, then the rest, I am sorry, the rest do not deserve to be there. Because you said the rest of the team members have potential to participate in this. Are we together? Then when you go to the problem statement, I still repeat it, even for the rest of the teams. This is the gist of the matter. You need to tell us, like Nuriat said, what is wrong? I am struggling to understand what is wrong there. What is it that you're trying to solve? Statistically, how big is your problem? How big is the effect? What are some of the existing solutions that have been put up, though you feel they have some weakness? You get it? Then you bring out your problem. I mean, you bring out your solution. What are even the causes of that problem? You get it? Please, please, you're good. I like all of you, and you can only become more good if you're criticized. So do not take anything from here as if, you get it? But you're not working alone. Let other members also work. Don't explain everything.
Okay. One last one. Okay.
Thank you very much, Tim, for your positivity. And this is just a tip. I'm an agricultural scientist, and when you look at how the sediment goes into the river system, this is due to the agricultural practices on the riverbanks. So when people are digging alongside the riverbanks, the soils are eroded, and that's the soil that is moved into the river, and it makes the sediment. So as a way of improving your problem and the solution, make the audience understand, one, where the sediment is coming from, and what you, the team, is coming up with to maybe solve where the sediment comes from. And for the already existing sediment, what can you what can you use the sediment to do that can make you earn money? You get it? So play around that equation so that your problem comes out clearly. Thank you.
Supplement on what Dennis has contributed, and this goes to everyone. When it comes to innovation, you either prevent or treat. Okay? You prevent or do what? Or treat. So you either prevent the sediment from happening, or you treat the disease that is already there. So you choose one of the two. Or at times it can work in both ways, that we are preventing, but usually we advise that you focus on one. So any solution that you're coming up with, make sure that it focuses on either of that two. Otherwise, thank you so much. Please go and quickly improve and think about technically the problem, the science first, but also the technical feasibility. How technically feasible is this possible? Is this possible? And if it is possible, is it actually going to take away the problem? Is it contributing to solving this problem? So you have to reason out well, and I kept mentioning it the other day. Do not use AI to think for you a solution, please. Because that's why we call it an innovation. It should come from your creativity, your creative mind. This is something, remember, this is something that has not existed. And when it comes to intellectual property, that's why we call it intellectual. Your mind, those are the things that you'll be claiming. If you search ChatGPT and you find they are already existing, meaning that someone else has worked on them. So you cannot claim them as your intellectual property, as your IP. We look at novelty, and the newness. What new knowledge? What is new within your innovation? AI will never think for you what is new in the innovation. It can help you in creating the problem and refining it, not even creating, refining, but when it comes to creativity, your solution should come from you. Apply your science, apply the technicality, apply everything. Look at the applicability and feasibility of whatever you're proposing. Okay? Thank you.
Yeah. So I was thinking, instead of a stove, what if you thought of an oven? Because locally, when we are making the local cakes at a local level, where people don't have electricity or they use sand as oven. So what if you thought of using that sand as making that oven in an innovative way to help the local people who cannot afford the electric ovens and other types of ovens that we have, solving a problem, but again, being able to sell to those people who make the cakes, the buns at a local level, but solving a problem. Just read about it and see if it can work. I'm just thinking.
I think we need to let you go so that you can have time to improve. Oh, well done. Thank you. Okay, next team. This is team Hey Riz. That is team number 4. We have 2 more to go. Quickly. As if you had presented. Oh, you're in this thing. Okay. Microphone is there.
Good morning, everyone. This is Team Hires, and we are proposing a solution to uninvasive vegetation that is destroying our river. So, water hyacinth, it is also known as Chitengejo. It is a floating vegetation that is invasive and is introduced to our water bodies and specifically River Rizi by seed dispersal by the birds. Originally, it's not supposed to be there. It is invasive. The species that's supposed to be there is supposed to be papyrus, and it is very, very dangerous to our river. When introduced to these rivers, one of the reasons as why it is growing, it is because of the nutrient enrichment that comes from the farming activities, industrial activities that release these surface runoffs and these depositions into our river that have a lot of nitrates and phosphates. Also, the other reason is because of the human activities, like washing that occurs at the river, releasing these detergents that are rich in nutrients into the river. This activates the growth of the water hyacinth. Water hyacinth, when activated, goes at a growth of 3 hectares per day. And it has covered about 4% of our river. It has a 4% coverage of our river. This leads to a blockage, leads to poor navigation, decreased water depth. It has decreased the water depth from 2.5 meters to about 1.5 meters currently. It also leads to death of aquatic life due to the bad visibility it brings, and also its death, its decomposition leads to low oxygen in the water, leading to a low fish catch. We are proposing a solution whereby we are going to have a low-cost, locally made carbon water filter. What is it going to do? It is going to help us get clear water from this brownish water that we are having. Let's go back. Yes. So we are harvesting this water hyacinth, and then we are going to dry it. When we dry this water hyacinth, we can collect about 100 kilograms of it. When we dry it, we can see it's 92% water. When you dry it, we shall remain with about 8 kilograms. That is at a scale of 100 kilograms. So the 8 kilograms, we are going to convert them to biochar when we get our kiln. And then also the biochar, we are going to convert it to our carbon water filters.
All right, so we've seen that this is a very big problem. We caught this water hyacinth and we plan that we can turn it into something that can be used to filter water to make it safer for drinking. So our unique value is going to be, will be affordable. This thing is going to be locally produced, and it's really going to support local enterprise. Can we go to the next slide? So what we aim at is, after making these low-cost water filters, we are going to target the locals who are living around the different companies that deal in water purifiers, such that they can have this low-cost thing, because we plan to have at least an 8,000 shillings per kilogram sale on each of these products that we make. So basically, it is something that we believe the local population can manage in terms of price. So if you can also take a look at our business model canvas. Yes, we plan to partner with the following people: some local producers who have already been making the water purifiers, NEMA, to allow us to harvest this water hyacinth in large scale so that we can make them. Different NGOs, of course, which front for clean water, and UCOBs to actually help us to connect with a lot of these bodies. We plan to sell in person and, of course, online. And our revenue streams are going to be from these filter sales, maybe grants that we might get, and different partnership deals. So that is all that I can give from that. Let us take a good look at the team that has thought of this plan and made it possible. We have our engineer, our agriculturalists, medical lab technologists, of course, a computer scientist, and me leading the business side. So what you can see is that this multidisciplinary team, in one way or the other, has made this entire thing possible. Thank you.
All right, well done. Thank you. Let's clap for them. Okay. Feedback. Feedback, feedback, feedback.
Thank you, team. Hi, Arizi. Thanks for this good presentation, and I'm glad that you have changed the direction where you were last time. You are now on a good track. But now, would you kindly inform the public about the lifespan of this carbon filter vis-a-vis the purifier ceramic filters that we have right now?
All right. So averagely, we are using water hyacinth to produce something that looks carbon-based, similar to charcoal. So the lifespan will approximately be the same, but we can approximate it between 3 to 6 months. 3 to 6 months. So when you buy about 1 kilogram, put that small amount into your purifier, we approximate it to be the same as the charcoal would normally take. Charcoal normally takes 6 months. Because this is somehow leaf-based, we think that would be 3 to 6 months. But the charcoal purifier uses, that one is a bit harder, because you see this is somehow a bit soft. So we have approximated it to 3,000, but the charcoal filter is 45,000 shillings per kilogram. That's way more expensive and harder to replace.
Yeah, just to add on something small that he has said, in water purifier systems, for example, those used by schools, they have pellets that they use. An example, I've forgotten about it, but the disadvantage with them is that for them, one kilogram can cost about like 43 Ugandan shillings. But what we are trying to do is that we are trying to get this at a lower cost. And the other thing is that its range. Yeah, normally we are producing the same product as them, And it also the usage rate, how long it's going to be there, depends on the scale. For example, for a school, since we are producing the same quality of the product with these people, for this, it will last up to about 6 months. But for someone who's using it, obviously someone is not going to buy 100 kilograms when they have like a small filter. They just want to filter their daily water for use. They can just buy like 100 grams that is packaged. So for them, it can even be like 3 months and not 6 months for like a...
Okay. Now, Dr. Prudence, Rogers, and Dr. Kiza, I am calling on your attention and everyone. I feel like the problem this team is trying to solve is not the problem of the water weed. It feels like the problem is people having dirty water and you want to filter the water. Wait.
What the team is doing, in my understanding, is they're using the water hyacinth as a raw material to make the filter. So in a way, they are solving the problem of the hyacinth in the water and also making business by adding value to the hyacinth. Similarly, just like yesterday's panel team, there was a team utilizing the water hyacinth to make clean energy solutions. So that's what I think the team is doing, if I got you well. Water hyacinth is their
water. The problem is water hyacinth. We are collecting it from the river, and we use that raw material or that problem, which is the water material, to make out of from it the carbon water filter, and we sell carbon water filter as a source of money to the market people, while creating more space on water from the river. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, group. Aya, or whatever. Yeah, it is good you came from your problem of fish you had yesterday to water, clean water. I do get the problem, the problem of water hyacinth. So you want to harvest and make some product that is good for people's livelihoods. That is clean water. But my question is, I've not seen the statistics or the proof to show that this water hyacinth, the composition, is good for human consumption. I didn't get that. So that we can be sure if I buy from you, then the water I take will be safe for me and my children. I didn't get that.
Can we put this water in our tanks? This product in our tanks? Like that the reservoir tanks at home.
Yeah, it's meant to be like in the pipe section so that as the water enters, it can get filtered. And yes, it is very safe. It's plant-based. It's not poisonous. Its issue on water, you see why it's a problem in water, is just because it is taking out the oxygen. It is making life on water hard, but it itself is not poisonous. So when you heat
we
it,
need proof, because I know in our water tanks there is some chemical we buy to put, which I mean we are
to
not
add on, it is 93% water, and then the rest of it is cellulose and hemicellulose. Yeah.
I think that is also what I wanted to hear. I just wanted to hear the effectiveness of it. Then also, like Dr. Prudence was also saying, some statistics we need. Because me, who has just come today, I just want to know who says that 4% of Uganda's water body is covered by hyacinths. What shows? What if it is 90%? What if it is 10%? And it does not cost you just to simply say, maybe according to the report, maybe by Uganda Health, or Uganda Water Body, something, it shows that 4% of Uganda's water body is covered by hyacinth. Own it. But I like your confidence. I like the team participation. It actually shows you understand what you're talking about. Please keep it up. I like the confidence. I love you.
Okay, finally.
So,
The the statistics, I was wondering whether the 2.5 meters to what you put, is it to riveries or to all water bodies?
It is to riverways specifically.
Do you have any statistics to like, at least to generalize in Uganda? Because your solution, the problem should not be only at riveries. Yeah, so if it's at riveries, say it. That at riveries, because I was not sure whether the statistic was for riveries or elsewhere. But also we need one for at least the entire Uganda. How much of the water height do we see in terms of covering, maybe how many water bodies, what percentage? Okay?
Mine is about sustainability. What is your sustainability plans? Because now we see you are dealing with only this catchment, and I'm wondering if you're picking like 10 tons of the water weed from riveries, after 1 week, you will be out of the business. What could be your future plans for this project?
Yeah, friends, just one something small is that you're not defending yourselves. So when they raise some of this, don't rush to answer. Just note them down. Then as you fine-tune your final slides, have them addressed. Mine is for you to ensure that the problem comes out very, very clearly. Let us know the effects of the water hythene on the river. What happens if this hythene is left on the river? Let it come out clearly in your presentation, not when we ask you. Thank you.
And do not forget to add your ask. Way forward, what next are you going to do? How much are you asking for to work on whatever you want? What next steps? Okay? That shows that you're serious. Yeah. Otherwise, well done. Did I see the beautiful faces, handsome faces? Ah, okay. All right. Did you have a concluding statement? With this, we will see riveries and any other water bodies, the water hythene. Yeah, try to get that catchy statement that we can always remember about you. Okay, well done. Thank you. Let's clap for them. Don't be mean. Can you clap for them? Okay, well done. Let's have the next team. Second last team, EcoGuard. EcoGuard, EcoGuard. These guys, they are no ladies. Okay.
Hey everyone, this is Team EcoGuard, and imagine you're walking along River Wezi, and then you come across these guys constructing, doing some construction activities that won't be allowed, and then you have nothing to say about it. There's nothing you can do. There's no way you can know what they are doing, or they are constructing in the river parameters, or they are not. And here, EcoGuard, we came out with the problem that we can do what we can solve. And here is the problem. The illegal constructions being carried out along River Wezi. And around 56% of the river parameters or buffer zone has been occupied. And and this is also causing erosion along River Wizi, almost drying out the river. And also, when you try to see, the water levels have also reduced to 2.5 meters on the river. And again, if at all this problem is not solved, we shall find out our river drying up and more erosions around the river will be taking place. And more is to be said by my colleague here.
Yes, good morning. So after observing actually what was taking place around the river, we discovered that we needed to come up with a digital solution that was going to curb this vice. And we thought about actually designing an application that is, first of all, offline first, because the people the communities that surround the river, most of them have feature phones. And since they have feature phones, they would want to participate in this, but they would not be enabled. So how are we going to do this? They will have a chance to report through USSD and to also report through SMS. And how we can actually get exactly where they're reporting from, we are going to leverage technologies like cellular triangulation that can help us identify where the device has sent a communication notification from. And then also, we are looking at also in low network fields where people maybe find they do not have data on the phone, they can actually have a chance to take take the coordinates, capture pictures, and later when they find internet or they come to areas with Wi-Fi, or maybe this information is later synchronized with the online system. So what are we doing here? First of all, we are going to enable people to report anonymously. They are going to have a chance to say this without fear or favor because they know nobody is going to know, but actually they are going to give information that is important in saving this river. Please, next. So I've actually highlighted most of these things, but most importantly, what is going to happen is you're going to have transparent tracking, whereby you can submit, follow through, and see until the action is taken, and actually you're going to receive points for your submission. Please, next. So now, who are going to be our target market? First of all, we are turning riverside communities from just bystanders, but now into monitors, and who are going to also receive something for their monitoring. And these are going to equip us with the information that we need that is later going to be sold out as data to actually organizations that are interested in saving this, the same cause, saving the river, and actually preventing the damage from being done. Please, next. So, brother, talk about the impact.
Arna Trevor Enoch is my name, from EcoGuard. We are tired of being cattled by the fear of losing the Nile of Kairombarara. First of all, we are cutting detection. We are cutting detection action lag by an estimated 80%. In this case, what am I trying to mean? That we are going to be moving from complaint-driven, we are going to be moving towards complaint-driven engagement from various authorities that are in charge. And then another thing, we are going to do what we call shift riverside communities from passive bystanders to active environmental monitors. In this case, we are going to be having it this way, that whoever tries to report a case, they earn points, they can earn airtime, and this is depicted like the way Brighter Mandy does it. We are also going to be including some few gamification, and also we are going to be doing, the impact is going to be improving the eco-green infrastructure around River Rize. So what you can see on your screen, a minute please, 1 minute. Okay, so that is our business model canvas for the EcoGuard app. We have the problem, solution, key metrics, value propositions, key partners, channels, earliest adopters, revenue streams, cost structure. Next slide. Then here we have a call to action where we are seeking support to pilot EcoGuard around River Ruizi, the ask and the pilot plan. So that is the team behind EcoGuard, around the front-end developers, specialists, business analysts, researcher, software engineer, plus a community journalist and storyteller. So that is the demo of how EcoGuard will be working.
Yeah, this is an early version of what EcoGuard is supposed to be. Definitely, when we log in, we are able to quickly and in an abstracted way start reporting right away. It is closest to what any person can use the intuition for. And once you get in, you just have to upload the evidence and already your coordinates are captured. So you cannot maliciously report. Maybe or send something that is outside the zone. You have to be live on site. And then you can add a description. And later you can submit this. This is now if you're offline. You can save it to your outbox. If you type maybe a description, I quickly type something, then it can go to your outbox. And later, when you come and you have you check the some pending synchronizing messages here. So when you get internet, these messages are later sent online, and then you can earn points from what you do within the app. If you report and it's verified, you can score points which are later converted into money depending on how relevant your information is. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tim, for your nice presentation.
Welcome.
My first concern is on your management of time.
Okay.
You have only 5 minutes. We only gave you benefit of doubt because we are helping you to fine-tune your presentation.
All right.
You're talking about the points, and I like coming in on the area of money. How much are you valuing each point at? How is a citizen going to be interested in ensuring that they capture the information,
yes,
and then they can be able to accumulate enough points that will give them some money?
So
lastly, just take note, we are not defending ourselves, have a secretary defending. I also observed that when you were transiting from one speaker to the other, there was a lot of good morning, hello, how are you? That also takes a number of seconds. Let the first presenter greet us on behalf of the team, and any other speaker can just transit and move on normally. Otherwise, thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Mine is about confidentiality. Can you take us to slide like number 3? Where there is citizen center, yeah. Now, I think we would like to hear from you about how this data is going to be protected and who owns the rights. On top of that, you remember we have other systems going on, like we have the early warning systems. And this one happens to work in a fragile ecosystem where someone can say, I don't bond with this man, why can't I report him? He sits under the tree and places that application. How are we going to sort that? Like the conflicts within the system.
You will respond. Let me give my comments. The first one is the way you transited when someone was introducing the project. Then afterwards you say, okay, here is our problem. So you don't have to mention that. When you are introducing, make sure that the problem, as he was giving the opening statement, then the problem comes in without saying, here is the what? Here is the problem, because we are seeing it. So the transitioning he's talking about should be clear. Then another thing, the application seems to be for those with smartphones. So I don't know if you have anything for someone without a smartphone, or if it is specifically for those with smartphones, and it has to be clear. It is like an exclusion criteria or inclusion, something like that. The local community, look at the local community, those who are going to report, and see how viable it will be for them. And again, you talk of points for someone who reports. That is how he's going to benefit. Then I'm looking at you. How are you going to benefit?
Yeah, so in addition to what I had earlier said, I'm also interested in knowing how effective your approach is going to be in saving Rivarizi. Because it is one thing to record the data, send in the system if you have access to internet, because I saw somewhere where you can save to Outbox. Then when you're connected to internet, you can send. And now who receives the information and who acts? So if there is a policy and people have to first, schedule meetings and refer to the information, that the river is being degraded every day that passes. So how effective is your solution? Thank you.
Thank you. Let me first give a comment. That's where I also had a question. You remember Joseph when he told us someone went and titled part of the buffer zone in River Rees, but who issued the title? Who actually helped them get the title? Who issues that title? So you need to be careful who receives this information and who acts. You understand? Yes, the people will do, they will take photos, but remember when it's a buffer zone, it's usually most of when you look at River Rees, okay, where it is, the buffer zone where they were showing us that other Lugazi side where we were, you see that the place is so visible that even when someone is constructing a pit latrine, they will realize, me who stays away from town, just there in Nkokonjeru, you're constructing a small part of, like just an addition, but people are coming for you and you wonder, okay, who reported? This is my land. You don't expect people to come to that place, okay? But they are there and they are calling you. Do you have a plan for a one-room deconstruction? Yeah, but the place is visible, so you need to be clear who receives the information, who benefits from it, who is going to pay. Who is going to pay? Who are your partners? Who is paying for this? You have a comment?
Yes, mine goes to our dear mentor who is managing the time, who is informing us about time. I've noticed it that when you were informing them, he was accelerating and you made him deviate, and that also contributed to time wastage. So I was requesting that you change in the way you're doing it. Thank you. Okay, just raise it. And the meaning that the presenter, you also understand that it is my time is done. Thank you.
Yeah, but also how we usually do it is that the rest of the team members are not there just to stand. You can pick within one of you also time and remind the presenter, because usually when we are showing this, the presenter is busy presenting, and at times they get off track. Yeah, like me, when you warn me, I get like tensed, and then I want to rush through, I miss out some information. So you, the team members, one of you can also take up the responsibility in addition to him, so that if he doesn't see, you tap on him and say time. Okay? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, team. Illegal construction monitoring, protection of the environment, and use of IT. Your work is so good. Thank you so much. We need to add a few things that members have mentioned. Please take note of them. You don't have to defend all of them like he said. Then also, to be so clear, when you said the NEMA report of 2024, I immediately rushed to that report. I don't see where they are reporting 56% of illegal construction activities around the water banks. Please be very sure of that number. Let it not pin you, because this is an evidence-based monitoring. Yeah? Then you do not have to answer this. Before you come up with this solution, this very innovation, have you done some review on like existing monitoring tools that have been deployed or that have been developed. They may not necessarily be developed in Uganda. They could be in other Western countries. Maybe for you to justify that maybe yours, you could now deploy it with the locals here, and it could be a very good innovation. Or you might even find that the existing tools, existing monitoring applications are maybe they are solving all these that you're telling us about. If they happen to be doing that, have something unique that you feel yours is overcoming, yeah? Be very sure with your statistics. Make sure you have done some small review, not actually small, do some good review on what is existing and where you feel the gap exists. Do not rush to move away from that problem statement. I still repeat it to the rest of the members. It is the problem that will make us think that you deserve to get this money, right?
The switching, you did a lot of reading. Okay? Please reduce on the reading. Just get what you want to speak about. Beera serious. Bino bijemu omuzanyi. So be serious when you're presenting, but hit the nail where it should be, okay? So get the points that you want to speak about, say them without rotating around. Okay, well done. Thank you. Lastly, Team Riz Eco Tour. Do you have a mic?
again Bootcamp to look at the conservation of rivers. For the last 5-4 days, these schemes have been taken through this exercise. On day 2, we had the opportunity to work with the Basita, and we planned it together with the city environmental officer team, as well as Ismail team, and we planted approximately 200 trees as an effort to conserve the environment. We did not stop at that. We engaged with the stakeholders to understand their pain points so that we can come up with solutions that are technologically driven to address the challenge around our water pocket. So today we are here to focus what these members have been able to do. I want in a special way to recognize the members who have been along with the members all this journey, and maybe quickly by show of hands, please wave to the team for recognition. So they are here with us, and really, they have really supported us. Mayor, this project that's implementing this initiative is must cooperate university inter-university collaboration. And Bootcamp stands to university as a facilitator of community-based solutions. And in particular, we are dealing with Sub-Project 5. Sub-Project 5, its goal is to increase youth employability through skilling, innovation, experiential learning, and technology transfer. And therefore, these are the objectives we intend to achieve. To achieve our goals, we have always used boot camps, train the youth, change their mindset, and also prepare them to innovate and come up with solutions responding to community challenges. However, as Sub-Project 5, we cannot accomplish this goal alone. So in this arrangement, we were joined by the Sub-Project 1, still under Bootcamp. Sub-Project 1 is concerned with conservation. Conservation in its all forms. Conservation of all endangered species, including persons. And therefore, I will not talk much about Project 1, because the project member is here, but what I'm saying is we have synergized with them. They are the ones who handle the component of conservation, while for us we handle the component of entrepreneurship. So we have synergized with the two, and we are also in collaboration with George Mason University of USA. Professor Natalia has been here with us online, and he has always been there to support us and give us that facilitation. We are grateful for the support of Creative Campus, who initiated this collaboration. So this is a team that is working towards addressing this challenge. So the members that are here, that are going to speak to you, are going to give us the solutions based on what we have gained during this entire week. So without much time or wasting of time, I would like to invite the moderator, invite the participants to start the speaking exercise.
Okay, can we clap for Dr. Manasseh? Okay, thank you so much. Once again, my name is Namuko Muriel. I'm a team member of Project 5, but I also work with a consortium for affordable medical technologies at Barry University. presenter can stand out.
Yeah.
No, one more.
Just for the presentation.
So this is the guidance from the timekeeper. You have 5 minutes of presentation and 5 minutes of Q&A. So when you're presenting, and I warn you that you use 2 minutes, the team members, if the person speaking has not seen you, that's your responsibility to give them. But we have only 2 minutes remaining. Then if I show you stop, and I bang the table, I ring the bell, please comply. So if you're ready, start.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. 4 minutes. Thank you. To an imagination that River is our family, our home. But there are lots of problems, vast problems. And we happen to go for therapy. And in the therapy session, we realize plastic is the problem. Plastic is the problem. And what are the therapists? Team, Reese, equal to us. Let's dive into the problem. So, plastic, the extent of plastic pollution is in the case that we have 50% of the plastic was uncollected African plastic. 90% of ocean pollution, ocean and sea pollution, is due to plastic coming in from rivers. This study is by Plastic in East Africa, a journal written in 2025. So, how is the pollution? River Rizi and all these other rivers in Uganda, in Africa, connect one way or another to a major river, in this case, River Nile, all leading to the ocean and the sea. So that is the global imagination, the global reality of what happens due to plastic in the ocean. Now let's read down to Barara. Barara, according to Echo Map, it shows 60% of river Rizi is degraded, the largest contributor being plastic pollution. So this problem is clearly stated. What is in place? What is happening from now? We're having manual collection of the plastic from the river. We're having women, children, and youth for this meantime collecting the rubbish from the river. And how? They are getting exposed, they are getting pierced, they're exposed to all the danger that come with collection. But what's in place right now is that they're actually collecting the plastic. The other hindrance, the other gap is that Mbarara is a growing city. According to the 2024 census, Mbarara had a population of 285,000 people. And this population is expected to grow, Mbarara city alone. So, with this 285,000 population, this plastic is a lot, and we need to collect it. But the people collecting it don't collect all of it. And we are expecting that this plastic is going to increase in volume. So we've come up with an intervention. My colleague is going to talk about it.
Our innovation is that the interceptor is supposed to help us to collect more volume of the plastics that can be deposited in the water. The interceptor is supposed to work like this with a demo video. The interceptor works on the flow of the river. No energy needed. Supposed to rotate with the flow of the river, collect the plastics and put it in the same. Switch back to slide. So how are we going to be able to come up with this interceptor? We are going to use the local materials. The local materials are the plastics themselves to create this interceptor. And on top of that, it's going to be low cost. Since we're using materials themselves and plastics, it's going to be low cost rather than buying them from or shipping them from countries like China. Let us move on to the business model.
For our business model campus, who are going to be our customers? Where are we going to be getting the money from? Given that we're looking at collecting a large volume of plastic, we're going to use this plastic to make things like artisan crafts, These things that are already in place, but we are having volumes of this plastic. In case this plastic overwhelms us, we're going to send it to recyclers. The purpose being volumes of plastic. Another thing that we're going to do is that we're going to, let's move on to our key partners. Firstly, we're looking at Mara University of Science and Technology, India and Department. These are the people that are going to be able to help us develop this. NEMA has to be cognizant of the fact that we're trying to save the environment. The local people, this is in place, but how are we involving the local one? We are telling you, come on, this is something for us and for all of us. You need to protect it. You need to know that this is going to help you collect much more plastic in the river. So you need to protect it. You need to know that it helps you to collect more money that we're also going to be giving you. Who else? We need to get with the value proposition. This structure that we have modified is that these things are already happening, but we're using sustainable material, things that are around us. One being the plastic. This plastic, we're also going to be able to model it to do what has been shown, because this plastic is also going to be floating and collecting away the bottles. So the value proposition is that low technology is being used and we are collecting items of rubbish. That's what I would say. The impact. Artisan is going to be worked upon, artisan crafts. We're going to be having some urban farming. We're going to be able to also tap into spaces like ecotourism, because we're going to be making an eco shop. And this is a wonderful thing that is interfering with it.
What materials are you going to use to make that data center? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We're using the plastics themselves. As you see in the video of the plastic sector that are countries like Asia, for us we are trying to make something that is low cost. Not talking about materials like
Okay, I think you have answered. You are using plastic. You've saved the time. Maybe if you want to say how, like.
Thank you so much.
Take all the questions, note the questions down so that you answer once.
Thank you for the good presentation. Risk towards. Have I understood that you are going to place these interceptors in the water? I've not heard anywhere you are saying these guys, the mayor is going to be interested in you when he sees you putting these things into the river. But I've not heard anywhere involving the local, the government, about the very quick. Answer the question?
All right. Thank you, Team Bootcamp. Towards one of the challenges that I got from your presentation, I agree that the presentation was good, but when it got to a problem, I have not figured out how big the problem is, because we're using percentage. Percentage do not tell us numbers. It would be 1 out of 2, which is 50%. Okay? So the next time you're writing the problem, put the actual number. Yes, percentage is not so much, because we cannot figure out how big the problem is. The second thing is related to, can this solution be scaled to other places? Okay. Because if you do a solution for one place and you can't scale it, then it means that it will not be sustainable.
Probably. I don't know that in the rest of the world it's quite bigger. You have made it. For example, you have got collection of waste and also you have got an element of recycling. Assuming you only measured at collection first, don't you think probably will satisfy what the problem is?
Thank you. This was, I like your innovation. Like my colleague said, I will also expand on a problem we needed to know in terms of how much volume of plastics we have in university that is ending up in a risk. Then there we can determine whether the 50% or the 60% is a problem or not. Then, what is going going to be the source of energy of your technology? Because water is moving, you're putting in these interceptors, are they static? Are they going to operate on solar? Are you going to like tie them somewhere where they will just be rotating against the flow of the water? And thirdly, how much volume of waste is your interceptor going to come so that we see whether it is a solution or not?
We have
Just
one
one
minute
more
to
last
go.
one. So, but we're using plastic in the water, yet you're trying to avoid plastic as the material. Do you know the science of plastic decomposition in water? You're creating a problem of microplastics.
Okay. All right, thank you. Please go ahead and organize yourselves to respond. I think mostly there were questions. Okay, you have 1 minute. Please, 1 minute.
About how to make a sector, we said we're going to discuss this and how we are going to involve the community themselves and also the local government. Community sensitization of what these sectors are used for. People are in place to collect the plastics around the place, around the district, right? But because of the plastics, we want to close these people that are collecting it. That's the first one. The community sensitization. People, take an example of Katete people. This is your river. Would you like a river contaminated? I don't think so. So we have to send the community what the interceptor is for and how it's going to be used, so that shouldn't be any liability. Yes, scaling to other places. We apply, this is a mission prototype. We are planning on scaling this other different rivers that in the county. Because any way someone from them are saying a plastic that's dumped here right now, it has to end up in a river or in a water, either way. So we are planning on scaling this by much.
I'm going to answer the question from have we included the local government as stakeholders? First of all, we are supposed to do community outreaches. And to do a community outreach, you have to go through a certain criteria. We have to first talk to the LCG person. We need the environmental officers. We need the mayor, the community members. Because when community members, I think there is already a point. Those people are the ones to help us to convince community members most, so that they actually support our project and do that. Then another question was the source of energy. We are going to use the water current. Water itself already has a force. So that force is the one that drives the interceptors to rotate and push the rubbish to the next. The next question was, isn't collecting rubbish enough as a solution? As we innovate, we also need to make money from our innovation. So we can't just collect the rubbish. We need to find ways of getting money from our innovation. That's why we are proposing to add value to the rubbish we collect so that we can be able to see it.
Also, the question of how much rubbish this interceptor is collect. Interceptors collect about 200 to 800 kilograms of waste made of plastic. So the plastic quantity is estimated at 200 to 800 kilograms.
Okay. Let's clap for them. Thank you. Well done, well done. Okay. The next team, please come, and I hope you are ready. When you set time, when the other team is responding to questions, the next team should be loading their pathways. So let's have reply.
machine.
Everybody ready? You can start whenever you're ready.
Imagine. Imagine libraries at WhatsApp. We probably be sending messages to human messages like, "Dear human, we appreciate the plastic you send to us, but they don't really do us well." So, as we bring data, we're solving a challenge of plastic accumulation in river region. Statistics from National Waste Corporation show that 1.6 metric tons of waste produced in Barra, 60% of that waste is plastic, and this plastic ends up in river region. The existing solutions to this challenge, which includes street kids moving around and picking those bottles, and the nets which have been placed at some points of the river have not been efficient to solve this. For example, they are not continuous. For example, the street kids will at one point need to sleep, and then the nets which have been placed at those points of the river at times get on and the plastic still go through. So we're coming up with a solution which will be able to do this work efficiently and continuously. And this is our solution.
Interception technology that uses bubble barriers, and our system comprises of solar energy, farm, perforated pipe, and monitors. So this perforated pipe is placed on the riverbed at a number of 45. When the air is when air passes through these holes in the pipe, it pushes the plastics at the angle of 45, and these plastics go into the trash pool where they are collected up and taken away. And this is our business model as the way we shall be earning.
Yes, we came up with an innovation, and all of us, we are worried, how are we going to obtain some income from our innovation? And we came up with an initiative that the plastics that are being collected from the river, we shall be melting them under a controlled environment. How? We have some copper plates that have covers. We shall be melting them and mix them with some sand and colors. So in that initiative, we shall be able to make plastic papers out of that. And these papers, we shall be selling them to construction companies, and these construction companies will be giving us money than giving these plastics that we have collected from the river to the recycling companies, because even the street kids that collect those plastics, they also have the same strategy. They sell to the recycling companies. So for us, we have come up with an initiative. We are going to melt the plastics, we make papers, and we sell them to construction companies, we sell them to NGOs that are interested in also saving river. You see this bubble interception initiative, it requires a lot of money to install. So we need to see how we can get money out of these wastes we have collected. In that initiative, we shall be working with the Barra City Council, that the money they have been using to pay these street kids that are picking the plastics from the river, they should instead give it to us. They give it to us. We install this innovation of ours at the river, such that we can improve water quality and also improve our livelihoods. We as the innovators. Thank you very much. We have members from different disciplines, from
Okay, let's hear from our judges. Thank you. Judges, you have 5 minutes for Q&A.
Thank you so much. Rui Plata, I want you to justify the fact that, assuming you avoid the cost of installing this machinery and you deal with people who collect manually things from instead of installing the machinery, wouldn't it be cheaper than you, Madam Engineer, instead of installing this, you said it's very expensive. Instead of installing it, can't you buy from those guys so they also get an earning?
Thank you very much for that question.
Thank you. The interception technology seems interesting, but could you clarify how the bubbles will be pumped into the river? Does the velocity, the flow velocity and the volume of the water matter? And then, is it true that the city council pays street children to collect plastics?
Thank you, Team Replata. I have 2 questions. One is that Riverways is a riverine ecosystem. By introducing this technology of bubbling, and which I guess will be along the shores, how sure are we, or how safe is the entire biodiversity while introducing in disturbance where the fish is supposed to be breeding from and others? Are you not we lose it and lose itself? I also like your initiative of the paper bag. Once we have introduced this technology, how are we going to manage introduction of metal pollutants like copper, like aluminium, which is very deadly and dangerous for our human life?
Okay, thank you very much for those questions. I will answer the first question, and then my colleagues will answer the next questions. Mr. Educator was saying about how isn't it cheaper to buy the plastics from the street kids who collect them from the river? Yeah, it would be cheaper, but it is less effective. Remember, these street kids are not collecting all the plastics that are occurring in the river. So for us, we have come up with an innovation, a system that will collect the biggest percentage of the plastics out of the river. And after being collected from there, we use them to form other products. Thank you very much.
The question that was asked about how the system works. This system, it doesn't have any harm on aquatic life, because as we've seen, we are using bubble barriers. These bubble barriers are not solved. So if they are aquatic life, they will swim. If there are boats passing, they will pass very well without any disturbance. So whatever that we are pushing away will be corrected aside, and the river will continue serving its purpose. Because the pipe we are using, it is on the river bed. So ideally, all other organisms will be passing on top, so they won't be affected.
There was to answer that, it was talking about employing. So
why this system is more efficient is that already when you go there, there are nets on some levels. So these nets, they are not monitored, but our system is using the monetization that we have to monitor. If they accumulate, we get an alarm and we go to pick them. Instead of waiting, they accumulate, then they tee out, because they are heavy, they tee out the net and they proceed.
There was some last question asked by Mr. Educator that how shall we deal with metallic wastes such as copper, aluminium, and the like? But our initiative is basically dealing with, because we identified a problem of plastic wastes. So our innovation is basically dealing with the plastics that have been deposited in the river. That's it. Thank you very much.
It is plastic pipes. They are PVC pipes that we shall use.
Oh, let me answer that question. I know it very well. The street kids collect the plastics in order to get money, and they sell them. They sell the plastics to different business people who actually, the business people, the businessmen in town, they are the ones that sell the plastics to the recycling companies in Kampala. So the street kids don't necessarily sell the plastics to the council, but also to other businessmen. And that's how the street kids get their money.
In addition, like we went there for a research, but still we found that those plastics, they were in the liver, the Vuveras, yet all the street kids are collecting those plastics to go and sell them. But still we found plastics when they are accumulated in the what? In the liver. That's why we are deciding to bring this system where street kids will not work upon. Thank you very much.
Well done, well done. I hope the next team is ready. Do we have the PowerPoint? Camp map. Where is team camp map? And the next team is EcoGuard. So as they go into Q&A, EcoGuard should be ready to put their PowerPoint on the computer.
All right. Hello, hello. Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are Team Camp Map. Imagine rivalries being an anchor for biodiversity, community improvement, livelihoods, and environmental conservation. However, this isn't the reality right now. This is because currently the activities that are aimed at conserving the banks of the river are not economically viable to the community. Consequently, the community has actually resorted to engaging in economic activities that are making a direct negative impact onto the river. These include agriculture along the banks, direct settlement, or even planting of eucalyptus trees that ends up decreasing the volume of water in the river. What is consequently, current approaches have not been able to provide a way of actually conserving the river, but also directly providing economic activities that the surrounding communities can engage in that are both economically viable and environmentally friendly. What is our solution? We are suggesting Camp Map. Camp Map targets high potential riverbank plots, and therefore we shall be able to build low impact campsites that will enable the communities to first of all engage in a number of activities that will be going on in the campsites. This will include restaurants for food. This will include hospitality. This will include other services such as guides and cycling. So how does our solution work? We use a drone to survey the banks of River Rizi. It will be able to map different plots along the river banks that are currently underutilized. Thereafter, we shall be able to evaluate sites and check access views to ensure that the sites offer a good view, they are accessible, their terrain is good, and they are also sensitive to biodiversity. Then we have developed a low impact solution that can enable communities, tourists, schools, and other people who are interested in nature and environmentally friendly leisure activities to go into these campsites. So these campsites are low impact, drawing our plans from the Rizi Water Catchment Project. Then we shall be able to operate tours, cycling, bird watching, and picnics, environmentally friendly picnics and nature walks along the banks of the river. We provide value across all stakeholders, environmental. Part of the proceeds from the venture will be used to safeguard environmental conservation. So it will be operating as a social enterprise generally. We shall be having visitors, tourists and locals from neighboring places and schools, including community. Why now? Because there is a growing demand for nature-based tourism. We've seen it boom around Lake Muro, around Queen Elizabeth National Park, but River Rizi has not been tapped into. Moreover, River Rizi is the second longest river in Uganda after River Nile. However, when you compare River Nile and River Rizi, very big difference. Revenue streams, we charge camping fees, 4,000 shillings per night. This is much more friendly compared to hotels. Food and beverages, guided tours, equipment rentals, the prices are right there. And finally, events and corporate retreats for corporate entities like companies who want to go for company picnics and tours. This is our budget. It's a whopping 14.6 million that goes into compliance with NEMA, from Barra City Council compliance as well. Then we have capital expenses for setting up tents, for reeds, for eco-sanitation and furnishing. And then having run those expenses, we are looking at a projected monthly revenue of 7 million shillings per month. Our ask is 20 million. We are engaging with, how shall we be spending that 20 million in summary? 20 million will go into drone operations for mapping and GIS, that's Geographical Information Systems for mapping, partnerships with NEMA, and we have a multidisciplinary team from Faculty of Applied Science, interdisciplinary, and would like to show you a demo. Thank you so much. That is Camp Map.
All right, very good presentation. One thing that did not come out clearly is how you're collecting the plastics. Because you're mapping the places for camping, right? But still we have a problem of plastics on the river. And you're silent on that. So if you can comment a little bit on how the plastic is going to be collected. And then what activities will the natives engage in? Those that have been dealing in farming, what other activities have you prepared for them with your innovation?
Okay, thank you, Camp Map. 2 questions from me. What is your real tourism product? Maybe that's what my colleague is also asking. Because we know that this river is not protected. Why would I have to pay 40,000 to Camp Map when I can access all sites along the river? So if there was some kind of exclusion, then you might be able to make money. But at the moment, I don't see it.
Camp Map, thank you very much. I like your initiative because it's the way to go. we have to learn to sustainably utilize these resources, and I believe using camps is the best way to go, and using concessionaires. My question is, one is that in your problem statement, we miss out yes, the problems are there, but we need to factualize them. We stated them well, yes, but we lack the figures to actualize the problem, but those are the problems. And how much in terms of revenue sharing is going into conservation of this river, which is going to be your main tourism attraction?
Thank you so much. I would like to address the question of plastics first. How do we deal with the plastics? Now, first of all, I would like to hinge into the technology part of it. First of all, the same drones that are able to identify the camping sites, they can be able to identify what parts are actually more challenged by the plastics. On Tuesday, we did a field excursion, and we realized the burden isn't the same all along the stretch. Some parts are like more challenged compared to others, especially in the downstream. Those parts are like much more challenged compared to maybe like the upstream or something like that. However, hinging into the technology part of it, the same technology that can identify the camping sites and also map the plastics using the drone footage, using computer vision techniques as well. So, yes. But again, maybe making the place look good is a benefit for Camp Map. So a direct cost goes into making sure that the place is actually cleaned up. So that is the first thing. Then the activities for the communities that live along the river. As I said, Camp Map is going to operate as a social enterprise. In that, whereas we are making money, it isn't really just about making money alone. We are conscious about the surrounding communities. And in so doing, we hope to source, first of all, food that goes into running the restaurant from the local communities. That's the first thing. Then the industry, the hospitality industry, people to work as like guides. For example, the locals around this place know the culture heritage much, much more compared to the people who probably stay much further away from the banks of the river. So they're in a much more better position to actually explain the essence of this river, the essence of the cultural perspective from their perspective, them as the locals. So I believe engaging the locals as tour guides is like a direct ticket. It's like, I think it's an exclusive deal for them. And then how do we make sure that the rivers are safe? I think if I got that right from Dr. Ronald, we make sure that the rivers are safe by incurring a direct cost on security. For example, if obviously someone may decide to go elsewhere, but if at all we have actually put up like a very nice place, we can ask them to actually come to Kamba because we are spending money on security. And then finally, how much is going into conservation, which is monthly recurring cost. So, but obviously we have to break even, just like our monthly budget said. It's a cost that actually goes into the monthly budget. Thank you.
I wanted to comment on your plastics idea. You're saying we are ignoring plastics, but we are not ignoring plastics. We are making this a land use so that we can change the mindset of the people living around to avoid direct pollution.
Camp Map, we know that accessing the river is regulated. In your opinion, do you think it is necessary to do an environmental impact assessment? Is it a must or it is optional?
Hello, everyone. My team EcoGuard. Take a reality walk around River Wheezy, and if at all you're walking around and then you find these guys constructing, doing illegal works on the river, but then there is no way you can understand they are doing the illegal constructions. Here, this is the illegal construction taking place at River Wheezy. When you try to see what is taking place right now in the reality show on the ground, what is taking place, 60% of the river parameters have been encroached on. And when you try to consider the writers, that is Onyusa and Najiri, in 2021, they brought out statistics that the river has been encroached on from 8.1%, which is almost 664 kilometers, to 4.1%, which is almost like 381 kilometers. And that's what we are trying to work on and give the right thing.
Yeah, so here comes our innovation, EcoGuard as a solution, as an application. So our application is now leveraging AI, unlike the existing solutions that require you to go through probably a website and you do not have direct access to it. Now, what are we doing? We are going to design for you an application that gives you direct interface where you can, in simple clicks, 1-2 clicks, you have reported a case. And how are you reporting it? You are just going to take a picture and the phone is immediately going to capture the coordinates using GPS of where you're standing. What happens in background is that the AI we are using is going to use OpenCV, computer vision. What does it do? It identifies the picture, objects in the picture, bricks, maybe excavators, or maybe wheelbarrows, signs of construction, so that it is giving, it is actually not biasing what you're sending. And on top of that, it's going to, our AI is going to be clustering this information so that we do not have repetitive cases. The cases that come in are then filtered, and actually, the last thing I could talk about it is the offline fast feature. Offline fast feature is people with small phones will be using USSD codes, star something, and you can be able to report, and we can use cellular triangulation to locate where you've seen the case. Thank you.
So that is a review of the existing solutions and a review of our innovation, which is EcoGuard, and why EcoGuard stands out against any other existing applications or solutions at the moment. So that is also our unique value proposition, the AI-assisted clarification and verification, buffer zone geofencing, priority risk ranking, and transparent case tracking. So what are our earliest adopter and so market? The citizens and basically the organizations, which include NEMA, National Water, and so on. Then the impact, cutting detection, moving from complaint driven, and so on. Then we have the team behind EcoGuard, and from the team behind EcoGuard, we are going to show you a demonstration of why we need EcoGuard so that we are not curtailed by the fear of losing the Nile of Kairombarara. Thank you.
So when you install this application, of course, it starts with sensitization, so we shall be able to first talk with the people in the region and tell them the advantages of reporting some of these things that are affecting the river. So when they take this app, the first thing they do when they log in, we put it closer to them in simple clicks. With Intuition, you can just click Start Report. And when you click Start Report and get in here, just take a photographic evidence backed by the coordinates of where you're standing and a description. This description here is filtered by the AI. It checks if what you're describing matches with the picture, again with the computer vision. So if you do not actually match this with the image, it is not scored. The level of confidence is low and it is subjected to human review. And if it is up to the threshold, it can then be forwarded, and then the responsible bodies can actually intervene and send in a team to come and check the site. Thank you. Yeah, please, you can show them the team that we're working with so they can see the great people behind this. Thank you. Yeah, so lastly, before we go far, we want to know how people are going to be motivated to use this application. So we have put up a model whereby they're going to be scoring points for whatever case they report, and it is verified and is authentic. So these points are later going to be converted into money they can take off the wallet. And how are we getting this money? First of all, when you whistleblow, there's a percentage you get when there's recovery, when actually this case is solved. So that 5% that we looked up is what we are going to also cling on. So that 5% is actually going to help us to facilitate our application And oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's hear from judges.
Thank you so much, EcoGuard. EcoGuard? Of course, I was interested in knowing who are the people to use this very gadget. You seem to say it is the NEMA, National and so on. Okay? But the economic part of it, I think, wasn't so clear. Could you please go back a bit and we'll look at how you're going to earn? I think because of speed, you skipped something.
So I talked about the recovery money that is given after the case is resolved. There's always something that is rewarded to the people who report the case. So that's the 5%. So we're looking at, there are some people that do not know about these things, and they do not know that they can even earn from this as they save the what? The river. So if we can help them by sensitizing them and teaching them how to use this application, they're actually going to score points from this. As the case is being followed up, of course, it has now a trail that starts from you reporting up to when the case is resolved. So you have it on your phone and you're able to see. And if it is offline first, that means if you submit through USSD or you send a text message, you actually get a notification that your case has been received and it's being followed up. So if it requires calling, you already have the phone, and we already can leverage cellular triangulation that is used in tracking, then we can be able to find out where this person actually was standing while reporting this. Then secondly, someone actually asked us a question previously about people who are, biasing, malicing others. Someone could take a picture of a tree sitting somewhere, and so our application does not cater for people who are going to malice others in this way. We want you to take the photographic evidence standing in the exact position and we capture coordinates. So if you do not have internet at that point, we have an offline, actually, if you can go back to the demo.
Okay, maybe you take all the questions at once. Yeah, just record them. I feel like the answer, the response to his question is still lacking. Yeah, because we want to know how you are earning. Not how the people who are using the application are earning. Okay? So if you can highlight, you can take note of the question, so you tell us how you're earning, how your team is earning, the one that has developed this solution. Now, the second question is, which AI models are you using? Have you trained them on any data, or you've just, downloaded a model from the internet that you're using to do this work? And then this is more of guidance. You don't need to show us the coordinates, okay? Coordinates can be collected in the background, yeah? So that they just go along with the report that is being sent. But you don't have to show them, yeah? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Team EcoGuard. I like the innovation. Actually, we miss it out in local governments. On the business perspective of it, it would make more meaning and money if you sold it out to us as local governments. Otherwise, it lacks the levels of authorization or access to this data and who to use it. Because when someone takes this photo and can be accessed by whoever at random, there is no sense of responsibility in it. But if we used it and sold it to us as Mbarara City Council, we create levels of authority and reporting and supervision, which would make more sense, and it is a line of reporting and supervision. So you could make money in selling it to local governments and also to create the levels of reporting.
Thank you very much, EcoGuard. 2 questions from me. How is the city currently detecting illegal construction? Are you suggesting that they cannot access these sites where illegal construction is going on, and therefore you need an app for that? You also don't tell us, okay, so maybe assuming it's the city council that pays for this app, how much does it cost? And who is actually reporting?
You seem to indicate that this problem can be persistent, but assuming your app works for 1 year, what happens the next years?
Thank you for the question. I'm going to respond to the question of who accesses the photo and how it is going to be accessed by everyone. And in this app, we have a part of the administrator who will be there to receive the photos that are being sent by the people on the ground or the community people that have captured the photo. And also on the other side of how we are going to be benefiting from the app, there is a side where every organization that will be engaged in using the app will have to subscribe before using the app. Thank you.
The question I'm going to answer is how local government tracks illegal construction. So we have what we call whereby people call in officials from local government, but officials do not do what we call reacting. So in this case, we are moving from complement-driven enforcement to data-driven prioritization with accurate data of where the illegal construction is taking place. And then the other revenue streams, we are having data sets because we can see that these data sets can be sold or they can be used for research during further research purposes when somebody is carrying out further research. Then the other thing, we can also try to secure some secure fundings from non-government organizations.
Yeah, I'm going to answer to the question of how currently this kind of initiative is being taken on by the bodies. So we actually talked to one of the stakeholders, and he expressed to us about a problem of understaffing. And for us, we looked at it as maybe something that would be an advantage to actually, like, for example, say NEMA, for them to respond to some of these irregularities in time, or rather than first waiting to first do a visit and check who exactly is constructing from this place. Thank you. Then for the models, we are actually going to, for the starters, since we do not have enough data sets, we are going to use pre-trained models. But as time goes on, if we accumulate data, we shall be able to train our own model on our organic data. Thank you.
Hello everyone. I introduce to you Team Eco Innovate, a team that is turning a river crisis into a solution that is going to conserve our environment. Ideally, rivers should be having no sediments, and there should be wetlands and grasslands that are protecting and controlling these sediments from reaching the river. But currently, there are uncontrolled agricultural activities like cultivation along the riverside, the riverbank, and uncontrolled grazing, which is leading this to soil erosion that sediments are ending into the river. And there have been current interventions like bamboo planting, which is facing some community hardships, like people are uprooting some of these bamboos, and also some are not cooperative due to land crisis on the riverbank, land which some claim to own. And therefore, we are saying, what if we turn this waste, which is being looked at as a problem, into a solution that can restore our environment? We we are going to restore these sediments, of which 80% of the sediments that end up in the river is composed of sand. We turn it, we process it with other organic additives like organic manure and clay, and we make an energy conserving stove that will actually also contribute to conserving our environment, lowering the fuel consumption, and reducing on the deforestation, because every stove that's going to be produced is going to be reducing on the amount of trees that are being cut. And let us dive into the unique value proposition.
Okay, when we dive into the unique value proposition, our stove is going to promote clean and efficient cooking, reduce pressure on forests, create community income, and it's also durable and it's locally produced. Then when we go to on how we are going to make money, each stove is going to be made, and the cost of production we are estimating 15K, of which we are targeting to sell each stove at 30K, and we shall be making a profit of 15K each. In case we make like 100 stoves in a month, we shall be making 3 million, of which we have used 1.5, and we shall be making a profit of 1.5 million. Then in addition to that, we shall be also selling these stoves to institutions like restaurants. We shall also partner with some NGOs which are in line with conserving the environment, and also it will also have climate and green innovation grants. Thank you.
Yes, and finally, our target customers in this case are going to be the communities that are residing around River Ruiz. Among them, we are specifically targeting those who are relying on cook stoves. We also aim to partner with the local organizations that are very passionate about environmental conservation measures, like the NGOs who may find interest in our energy conserving tool. We may also partner with them. Then also, in our channels, we aim to use the community cooperatives. And in these community cooperatives, we shall give them the products, and they will also help us in doing the labor to some extent. And also, we aim to use the youth groups. They are going to earn by helping us in the distribution of our materials. Then, yeah, basically that is it. So this is our team. We are engineers, we have agriculturists, computer scientists, and us from the health sector. Thank you.
Innovate from the judges.
Thank you, Team Eco Innovate. My questions are, we see that one of the main problems affecting riverways in terms of silting is because of sand mining. We have a lot of invasive species of eucalyptus, which has a lot of water uptake. In your wisdom, do you think, and also we have a problem of overgrazing, which is truly taking away the vegetation. So in your wisdom, do you think using charcoal stoves, which are energy cooking, are the best solutions for these challenges?
Okay, thank you very much, Eco Innovate. It wasn't clear to me what materials you're going to use to make these cook stoves and where you're going to get them from. Thank you.
Or is it the best solution? We are looking, people are carrying out grazing, cultivation, but for that, it is out of our control. We are looking at the government, which is already in managing, going to the government, to the court, in order to remove these people who have land near the banks, so that they can preserve those 100 meters, like doing bamboo planting. So for us, we looked at that it might be hard for us to solve that issue of land. So we looked at already the sediment which is in the river. We see how to remove it as the government is handling that part. Thank you.
you. On the question of materials, as we said, 80% of the sediment that we shall extract from the river, 80% is made up of silt. And in making our stoves, we shall make them in a ratio of 3:1, 3 being sand, and 1 ratio being the other any other binder. It may be organic matter or clay. So we shall get locally this organic matter from farmers nearby with. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's clap for them. And finally, we have hirees. Team HWHYA hirees. Oh, sorry. Yes. You're the last ones. You're number 6. You're not ready? Yeah, you're number 6. You want to create another team?
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Group Hirees, and we are focusing on a big problem, that is the water hyacinth that's on our water body. So, water hyacinth is a floating, evasive vegetation species that is brought into our water bodies by birds by seed dispersion. So these birds carry these seeds and they disperse them into our river. So the water hyacinth is there, but then its growth is activated by the nutrient enrichment that comes from surface runoff of fertilizers from farms and also detergents by the people who are washing along these banks and industrial releases. And also The other factor is a slightly alkaline pH of 7.5 to 8.5. So water hyacinth has a growth rate of 3 hectares per day, according to National Institute of Health 2023. When water hyacinth grows at this rate, it leads to a big coverage of our catchment area on the water body. It is estimated that it covers 4% of Lake Victoria and 10% of River Rizzi. That's according to the Scientific World Journal 2023. So this coverage of the water hyacinth on our surface leads to unclear visibility in the water, it blocks surface water flow, leading to poor navigation, and also decreased water levels as it decays. It leads to decreased oxygen levels. So these decreased oxygen levels, they lead to death of aquatic life, leading to low fish catch, and also water hyacinth's removal is very costly. As in 2019, NEMA tried to get funding from the government to remove this water hyacinth, estimated 2 billion Uganda shillings, but it was going to remove it mechanically. And this in River Rizzi, and this was, it didn't work out. This is because water hyacinth, basically its growth is by vegetative propagation, so mechanical removal can lead actually to its multiplication. And the other solutions that were brought about, for example, Lake Victoria, was the use of some weevils that feed on this water hyacinth, but they cannot work in our flowing system, that is River Rizzi. So our group, we are proposing a solution of
carbon water filters, which are going to help us purify water. I'm going to take you through a process of how we are going to form this. For example, if we harvest 100 kilograms of water hyacinth, we are going to dry it, and we shall make 8 kilograms of dry biomass, of which we can make 1 kilogram of biochar from that. So from that, we can make 4 to 10 pellets of the carbon filter, and of which each is around 200 to 300 grams. So this process, we harvest the water hyacinth, we wash, we chop to form small pieces to ease the drying, because when we want to reduce the cost, we can use sun drying, or we can use oven drying to quicken the process. So we carbonize, we activate, then we end up with the carbon water filter. The advantage of this is that when the water hyacinth is growing, it absorbs the nutrients, the carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, and phosphorus. And when we are drying this, they retain these nutrients. And these nutrients create a negative charge on the carbon filters, which helps to absorb these heavy metals in the water, like lead and others. Thank you.
Right. So we've seen that water hyacinth is a very big problem. We have looked for a way to sustainably remove it from River Rizzi, that is by turning it into the solution that he just described. So if you can go behind, we're just going to see the unique value that we propose. That is, our solution will now be affordable. The water filters that we are making will be much cheaper, locally produced. We are supporting local enterprise as well as other different values that we are showing. So if you can go to the next slide. Our target market for these water filters will be the rural households, the education institutions, the health centers, because I've actually come to learn having water that is colorless is actually a privilege. It's a very much big privilege. So thank you very much. That is the team that has made it possible.
Thank you so much. Indeed, it is a very big problem. Thank you for identifying it. My understanding is that the solution is you are removing it from the water in order to make that byproduct. So the solution is removing it from there. There is nothing like killing it or something like, because my worry is the rate at which he said it is growing seems to be faster than the rate at which you be removing it from the river because of market issues. How would you handle that?
Thank you, Team Hire, Riz. I see your main output from your innovation is that you want to have filters. And filters, maybe you want to filter this water going to the river. It needs to come out clear. Yet, as biochar would have a very good fertilizer that would improve on agricultural output, so you have food and also income from food production using biochar. If that is the case, then I like the innovation.
In fact, I had a similar comment. Initially, I kept thinking you're building this up to a biochar product. But then the filters, for me, I think just spoiled the whole idea. Because we already have quite a number of filters on the market. You might struggle with getting people to buy your product. But biochar, everybody's getting into agriculture. Everyone wants to fertilize their soils, and there are quite a number of opportunities that may come with it.
All right, good innovation, but when I looked at the demo, the water was not clear. It's a prototype, because I expected it at least to have some percentage of clarity, but it wasn't clear at all. All right, otherwise, well done.
I think your team has come up with a very big problem, which is water hyacinth. What you need to emphasize on is that when you collected these plants, because by collecting the water hyacinth, you're not going to earn. So how are you going to earn? That's the only, best look at that very element.
All right, so addressing the problem of why aren't we having biochar as a fertilizer or animal seed. So we are looking at this as, because if we use fertilizers, it's like we are recycling a problem. Because the fertilizers are one of the reasons for its invasive rapid growth. So if we get these fertilizers, we sell them, we are looking at it in a way that everything, whatever we do, trust me, to end up in the river. So we are recycling the same problem that we are trying to solve. And then also, for the animal feeds, yes, we thought about that, but the problem with that is that we are looking at something scalable, something that we can do. And we start earning like for our first customer. Because we're not imagining our first customer to be this big person who's owning. We are looking at a household, individual basis.
On talking about why are we focusing on the filters, yet there are other filters in the market, is that these filters that are in the market have microspores, the ones that are very tiny. But this filter of ours has both it has meso and macrospores. In that when you are filtering this water, the big particles will go into the macropores, the little particles will go in the micropores. This means that the rate at which these filters, the ones that are in the market now, get clogged is high, and our filters will be getting clogged at a low rate. So our filters have a high sustainability, a high lifespan of around 6 months.
Can I let me come in? My question now is, if your final product is the filter, where are we applying this filter? Because we need to now understand it better. Are we applying it at the river to treat this, to catch up with the hyacinths? Where are we going to apply this biochar filter? Are we putting it into the soils? What is the economic sense of it in using it to manage this hyacinth?
where are we applying it? What are we going to use with your filter?
All right. I think those are all the questions. So it's all right. Okay. So simply, we want to. If you've seen these water filters on huge tanks, the ones that the quite small bottle-like things, there are alternatives to those ones which use charcoal on the inside. So those carbon-based filters are the ones that we are manufacturing with water hyphen, right? And now our aim is that once we harvest, how we will make money is that once we harvest these things, we turn it into that product. We can now sell it to be used for the same use case other than charcoal, or maybe whichever other material they are using to make them, which would be, well, more expensive. Oh, we are offering a cheaper alternative, and thank you.
Everyone, a very big hand clap. Okay, well done to each and every one of you for the great presentations. Right now, we are going to let the judges yeah?
Hello, Professor Grace, are you still online? Okay, thank you, Prof. Prof wanted to know how the team of water hyacinth will be removing it from the river without causing its regeneration. How will you be removing the water hyacinth from the river without causing its regeneration, since it has a faster growth?
Without its regeneration, we are looking at trapping it for example, we can trap it, we can construct a small structure, or we get a net, we trap it. Then we collect it by people, like hands, labor. Because if we use the mechanical bit of it that was used, for example, in Lake Victoria before, where they first cut it and then collect it, that is trouble. So that is what we are looking at. We are trying to trap it, then we collect it. And then because it's 92% water, 8% cellulose, we shall dry it, and then carrying it away. You might find we collect like 100 kilograms of it, but then we just get like about 8 kilograms, which is dry. So that is part of the harvesting. It is not really a problem.
All right, thank you. We are now going to excuse our judges. Dr. Sarah is going to take you somewhere where you will deliberate and come back with the winning teams. And you will also choose amongst yourself one person who can give us general comments about the presentations, advice to the teams, and anything that you think might be valuable to these teams and areas of improvement. Yeah. Thank you, thank you. And as they exit, I'm going to request Dr. Manasseh to take lead on awarding of certificates. Every one of us here is going to go home with a certificate.
Thank you, Nuriat, for the moderation, and thank you, the judges. I'm told our chief guest has limited time, and in our midst we have also the UCOB's local coordinator. The UCOB's local coordinator, I want to tell you this. Number one,
as I was observing the teams presenting, I noted that now the youth have picked the conservation debate. To me, that is sustainability. The concern is no longer about the old. Now the youth are also going to begin talking about conservation. Secondly, and most importantly, I noticed that the multidisciplinary teams that have presented are predominantly from engineering and FCI. Now, the engineers, all of them collectively, together with the other members in their teams, have now started thinking about conservation in line with their disciplines. That interdisciplinary fusion, I believe, will bring us to some good, sustainable solutions. And I believe this is one of the major outputs of this synergy engagement. Now, without wasting more time, I would wish to request you to come and welcome our chief guest so that he gives us his speech, and if possible, he should accept and award the certificates. Over to you, Dr. Meded.
There is no vibe in the room. Can we clap? Thank you very much, Dr. Manasa, and thank you the team that has been organizing this important event for the last 5 days. I would like to start with protocol. I recognize the presence of our chief guest, who is not only the city mayor of Mbarara City, the great city, but also our university council member. Can we welcome him? You're most welcome, our Lord Mayor, Mr. Robert Kachebezi Mugabi, who, by the way, happens to be my old student at National Teachers College, Kabale. And he was a minister, a very powerful minister of internal affairs. Later, he became a guild president in the same National Teachers College, Kabale. So I want to appreciate your presence and your commitment to Mbarara City. Because when he came to Mbarara City and coined the concept of a Tara, immediately we saw Mbarara City lighting. Can't we clap for him? We saw Mbarara City lighting everywhere. And I was so amused that you are able to make that tangible contribution and many other commitments, your demeanor and your connection to the real challenges in society, especially the youth, the most critical issues that are affecting the youth and the most underprivileged. We appreciate your commitment, sir. And we cannot take your presence for granted, because I know he's a very busy man, but from his busy schedules, he had to get a piece of time to dedicate to this tech bootcamp. And we appreciate your presence. I want to also appreciate the organizers who have done a commendable job, including moving to the river itself for an excursion. I missed it. I was very busy. But it was a very interesting experience that I saw. I want to appreciate you, Dennis. I want to appreciate Nuriat. I want to appreciate Dr. Manasa. I want to appreciate Sankara. Is he around? Sankara, thank you very much for your commitment to this Tech Bootcamp and for the different speakers that you were able to mobilize from United States Embassy and some of the academia in the United States. We appreciate your commitment to the innovation ecosystem, especially for MAST. I want to appreciate the facilitators, Dr. Sarah Nabachwa, Dr. Reni, and many others, Mr. Rogers Tinkasimire, Madam Dr. Prudence Kemijisha, and many others who have been behind this effort to ensure that we have a successful 5 days of this bootcamp. Finally, is to appreciate you, the different innovators. You know, my heart for innovation has not changed over years. When I see solutions to the most critical challenges that are affecting our society, especially our river Rizi, that supports over 90% of the city residents in Mbarara City. That's why at one point, when someone in Isinjiro diverted that river, we had to come up with strong hands of saying, save River Rizi. We have recently ran a drone campaign and found that there are some gardens within the wetlands which we thought were intact wetlands. But when we ran a drone, we found, Lord Mayor, many people have encroached this wetland, but you cannot recognize it if you see it from the face value. And the most challenging part was to find that where the degradation is taking place is within a protected area of Lake Mburo National Park. So the question was, where are these people coming from? And how do they penetrate the park? The second critical challenge has been on sedimentation. And the huge part which most of these innovation teams have been looking at, the issue of plastics. Plastics are becoming a very big threat to this river system. So I congratulate the youngsters for coming up with different innovations that hopefully, if funded, you can create sustainable solutions for our river. I want to appreciate you and congratulate you. Actually, get it from me, in our innovation ecosystem, we say there is no loser. All of us are winners because you've already won by generating particular solutions to the most critical problems in our society. Therefore, there is no failing here. Even when the 6 teams were presenting, I know in every competition, one team has to emerge. But what we use as a concept here, Lord Mayor, we say, your passing has been postponed. So we don't say you have failed, and Madame Nuriat knows this. You haven't failed, but your winning is postponed. And next time, you'll be a winner. So keep moving. You are handling a very important aspect of the demographics in our area. Environmental conservation. Think about very many years to come when these places are dry and we can't do anything. We keep watching. What are we doing? Remember, 73% of our population is aged between 1 or 0 to 30 years. So you are the most affected, and you must look for solutions to these problems. Employment is becoming a challenge. You must start your own jobs. And through these innovations, you are able to start companies which will spin off from Mbarara University and move to employ many other youth. And then you are impacting more society, and that is impact, moving people. So, our chief guest, Lord Mayor, the Must IUC UCOBS project is dedicated addressing the 6 demographic challenges in southwestern Uganda. These include environmental challenges, food insecurity, that is under Project 2. Environmental challenges are under Project 1. Renewable energy challenges, the energy crisis, that is under Sub-Project 3. Sexual and reproductive health among the youth, mothers and children, that is Sub-Project 4. Youth employability, because we have very many youth that are unemployed. That's under Sub-Project 5, which is led by Dr. Manasa. And then, integration of ICT into community and institutional usage, which is led by another doctor called Kagwa. So each of these projects are contributing to addressing the critical demographic challenges in southwestern Uganda. We're a 10-year project. We are now 4 years on the way, and we hope that the next 6 years will have a lot of integration and impact. I know the Lord Mayor had a very tight program, but I convinced him to stay because of us. I would like to take this singular opportunity, Lord Mayor, without much ado, to welcome our Etara to Mbarara University, your home, but also your city. Thank you very much for coming. I welcome you, sir, to address this important congregation. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. I will observe the protocol. I'm called Kacheves Robert, and I'm the city mayor of this city. I'm a member of Mbarara University of Science and Technology Council. I serve on 3 committees. One for students, another one I'm on the appointments board, and also on the assets. So tindu muntu ukuzana zanda mutakande vera. I'm in this position serving the 3rd term now. I have been elected by people in this city for 3 terms. I have won elections in NRM 3 consecutive terms, and in general also 3 terms, and with a very big margin. So whoever is thinking of coming against me should relax. I'm very happy today to be here because, as Dr. Medad said, I had a very big engagement. Since morning, this is my 3rd function, and I was attending a certain burial of a friend. But when he told me that the matter to discuss was about riverways, and that the youth are the ones now coming out with the innovations, I said no. Let the dead bury their dead bodies. And let me also come here and listen to what the younger generation is trying to put in place to save riverways. So that is the reason as why I came here. And I'm very happy that you are doing this at a time when the president, who himself built this university, it is his. It is President Museveni's university. And there is nobody who should deceive you that this university came from heaven. No. It is President Museveni who said, I want Mbarara University of Science and Technology to be there and to start. And it started. So you are his siblings. You are enjoying his gain. So now, you are coming out with these innovations at a time when the president is coming out with a very good idea now that we are following, that is also pushing us to push things on. Chisanja, no more sleep. It is not only sleeping. Chisanja, no more sleep. And no corruption. What does that mean? That we have been there with some sleep. Do you think what is happening on riverways just came there yesterday? It has been there. So we have been sleeping on this on this, on how to bring back a river with to its normal position. As a mayor, I think it is last Sanya, when River Wiz dried up, and then we had an issue of lack of water in the city. You know, the locals, for them, they don't know what a mayor is supposed to do. But for them, they know the mayor is the solution of every problem. When there is no water, they call the mayor. Mayor, there is no water in Kakoba. We have been experiencing the challenge of electricity, but I have also not been sleeping. Mayor, for us, 2 weeks without electricity. When there is sewage, burst anyway. Please, mayor, there is sewage. So they know the mayor is the solution for most of these challenges. So likewise, people know that the mayor is the solution for riverways. But this is the mayor, Kacheres, alone, who cannot provide scientific and even technical, because me, I'm a politician. But people know that the mayor can help people out of these challenges. I was happy when these people are here, the council, the local council, yes, true, yes. But the council could not do this alone. I have liked the innovations. All of you, by the way, you have passed. To me, this is not Arsenal and Manchester and these things of whatever, no. We are here to look at how the heads can come out with ideas that can focus at restoring riverways back. That can also help us out of what we can do as interventions on riverways, and also we generate money. And we become rich. Hati okureba aba taba interdisciplinary wonka harumba engineer banjangorian doctor banjango gunoha. I was up, I said, so hata bana bitu babaji nashemerwa abana nimnyeto. I'm very happy that really, even if we went to heaven, we are leaving behind people who will push this Uganda to another level. I'm very convinced. The brains that I have seen you, okuna abareba, nanguluma ninja, ishi abakanda kabije, wana shebi tuira masti. Okay, ababana nabo bari kuteka bati, batandika kuteka okuye sente omwata gwa haise, kuyamwe sente, batandika kuteka ukureba ngo nuwakuza aha river rwizaho yatekaho obuntu bwakotegizi akagumana naraba nabasa kurinda river rwizi kandi agarica koreho sente kabagera amagezi ganyu gatafarusha. Go to the field and make use of your heads, of your brain. You will become rich. Doctor has told you, me, I'm a teacher by profession. Secondary teacher. I taught for only 1 year. I left teaching. I joined media for 16 years on Radio West. This is my OB on radio. But now he went to tired. 16 years. And when I joined the radio, I also used my head. I said, because people thought someone from Kazo could not work on radio and present and do whatever. Because Kazo was always seen as a remote, hard to reach, remote with what? Now I know I will manage. You just around me. 2 years I was the best presenter. Natandika kuteka. Najira ka program kache kamwe bakani bakita kagwe. Na akora kagwe nkanka sika nkatamuno butunguru kwenda ngunye guze. Na akoze so mtu and when I left it collapsed. It was the best listened to program in the whole of Western Uganda. People would come from Rwanda turukwate small man me. So using your brain, which God gave you. Hati mwe mtire muna nukushoma kwangu. Nyushi nkanshomera ibyankanshomera binashomera inyendo kumanya. But echo kinzibire kuba meya waba professor tubijwira mu university hagire professor wanye simba humutera hansi. You cannot. Numbasa. Ebyo tokuza kubugamba, but for you, you are lucky. You have gone to good schools. You have gone to the best universities. Renyo degree nkajana ntura Bishop Swiatari najiro mu radio ndikwenda kwesimba ntu batakaza kunjereka. Nagumaninza yo mpora nanye naje ya social work. Naje gukora najita hampari nabaragaramu. So please use your heads, use your brains, be innovative, be creative. You will die rich, ladies and gentlemen. Muzakutunge sente nyingi out of these innovations. I looked at now. Mweshati. There is one time when narewa aba plastic bakoreka wow. These ones. There is one time when I think it was over which year I was the mayor here. It's when people discovered, no matter social media kish. It's when people discovered so many empty bottles in my Bishop Swiataria. And someone went, I think naba nanka neheji, yaba says ne. Abahumza. Yes, Abahumza. They moved along the River Wizi. They were trying to remove the hyacinth. And when they reached the other point, they found the whole river was covered by plastic bottles. It ran everywhere. Everywhere. I got a phone call from State House, from President, asking me about what happened to River Wiz. Myself, I could not also give the actual answer. Of course, I had to use my politics and, Your Excellency, we are trying ABCD, but the problem is that these factories, but it was a very big challenge. So I'm very happy that now you are coming out with these innovations that really are aiming at even collecting the empty bottles out of the river. We shall also support you, and the beauty is that my staff is here on the panel. I will task him to always invite your 5 groups, your 6 groups, to always invite. At least we have meetings every Monday. Every Monday, at least we can have one group to come and present. To council. Yes, to council. To council you present, to council, and we see what you are doing. Such that my team, the technical team, can also note down, can also work with you to make sure that what you plan to do becomes successful. Every Monday, I'll give you time. Nanye nareba nabahati za study 10 minutes. 5, 10, I will give you 10. Was representing to Manyengu, these are people whose aim is to restore River Wizi. 2, to make sure that they are putting even interventions to employ more youth. Also, so we shall utilize you. We shall utilize you. And don't only stop here, go to communities. Muzeno mu community. Ati takaba kushoma konka tuze gambo rujungu. Nyoti manya rujungu mnonga. Konka takaba kushungo shomera afingura. Urujungu rutine mutwe rutarumunanka na rwundu barufire rutine mutwe na kibona. Siba no gambo rujungu ryamarwa no nyamarwa konka. Give me more sweep. That's rubbish. You speak English that can also generate money for you, that can also benefit the community. Bibiri nejangwa majezigani gatafarushi. Kuba kubigambo mchache ubwenje bwanyu butafabushi. And these environmental issues you talk about, kumuri kubikora kurungi muriraho obibirya birumuna trips zahiguru kumuri kwexeringa nuburyaho noza kurra no urana bakweta UK noza kurra no urana ojiroti nyorwa rwanje runtambire kangambire medadi. There is one time when there was a World Refugee Day Ekabirumba High School, and the president, I think, of refugees in the whole of this world, they were also here. Na terendu runtu nyona aza kubinge mpunja ha ndakana bargana chivare basibo munu ba shesha munu banagamu palbichpa ntenienda kuta road block batin bahandika. So they came and they did some research. They found out true we have refugees around. No manyo kundirira refugees. Enyonyi hati nyona global team kujumanya ne enyonyi yonka omwanya Ethiopia, South Africa, manyankahi on issues related to. So korku kumubyamyaho kabyamuso mutwe gwawe, you will always remain here. You will graduate from must. You will be in Barra City. You are thinking and you will remain around and you will remain roko. Nyoti nchi roko. Nambwena bari kugira ngo yize roko leader no. Uyu roko leader wankahini nyende kusiba higura nimbare bamutu. So please, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very happy for you and for your presentations. Medadi, you know, we have shared, and I think this program, when it came, we know it in our council, and what we have shared, you know, where to touch now, to make sure that we don't frustrate what you are doing. I will give you support as a Eroko, but who is also a leader, and also as a member of the University Council. I will support you. Thank you so much. I think I was very happy. Kuraba na batomu riyo muruga yinu mutekateka mutyo. Mugumize mwete rumu ngaro mwena mwasinga. Abantu banje nkwatereje group sezi. Ubuntu bwanyu nyote nabukwataje kuriya niyo ndikwisha kubaburuze bibuzo. Kuriya ndikwisha niyo ndishe kubaburuza ate nababuza. Mubetebekanse mwakwisha kuriya mwija kushangayo ba kansara mwija kushangayo ba ntwisha kubabuza ebintu byinji aka we shall support you, and where we need also to put money as council to partner with you ni 21 twenda turebe yitwaza kuzita ngwari yamagezi turukuza kwemerera ngtwakwata sente twazita. I want to thank my friend here. Nitwe tushitamire as council. I'm a member of River Louise catchment area. I'm a member on that body. And with him, we have planted very many bamboo trees along River Louise here. Someone talked about the illegal developers and the encroachers on this river. And that person who came out with that model, eyo kugira ngo nibenda bati hakantu ko kuba umuntu nagira ati nambwe no goshana twe n'utu atandukana nawe. Mbwene baba bariyo nabataho buju fight mkunywezi mkurisa matafukari gawe. Abo akwa kantu tukatemwa amani kaba nakakoraho nikija kutuyamba. Because someone asked how you as council manage this. It is very difficult. Because these encroachers and these illegal developers do it even at night. A house can be completed within just one night. One night, did you find when it is already painted? I'm telling you. So that model can help me. When someone is there trying to build at night, pipe, mkunyazi. Akwa naketagwa. 3. During this trade order, we have also tried to utilize it to to remove most of those illegal developments. Arona Mbwene Yabe or Nema no? Do you have any person from Nema around? There is that one which was at the bridge, Katete Bridge. Akar H Baran Vamera Mamarwa, Rubia Container, Bebo Mshakata, Quatwaho, Yaza, Hotwasum Koti, Konkaku Richard Trade Wood. Boom! Hurahans. Mbenaka Tarafiri, watchman. So we are also not seated. We shall need your partnership. We shall need your knowledge. And let us work together and save River Wiz. Nyewe myaka yinyino munsi. Eyi namara nyine myaka 5 n'ebiri. Tinduka myangu ndisha 5. One myaka 5 n'ebiro misherioti. I don't think so. But we need to leave this river here. Obubaza ku ameza kuturukweso mutawu no mungarga kagera. I think you remember my war between me and abagana mwetoha Kamurari. Me and Kamurari. Kamurari was the chairman in Sinjiro district local government. And I was here as a mayor. And the project wanted to bring water from Kajera to serve the people of Mbarara city. You. Kamurari said no. Kachebe slept and River Wiz was destroyed. When he was there, we cannot allow him to access our water. You see now? So the blame was put on me. When actually the blame is Umshaka yari mesa project. Lero twaza huwa president. But eventually nabo batunga hakuba benbenda then batwikiriza mizigisha. So this River Wiz means a lot. And much as we have received water from Kajere, we don't know what may happen next time. Nabajirangu amazing shabano tagamaranzuro zo mugongo. Wow, amazing shabano tagakumaranzuro zo mugongo. We should not sit and clap hands that we have water from Kajere and then we refer to River Wiz. Let us save our own river such that it can also help us because River Wiz is our life. River Wiz is the life of Mbarara city. River Wiz is going to help us. Thank you so much and thank you so much. Mwebari.
So we are going to kindly request the Lord Mayor before he leaves to award these certificates for everyone who attended, and then we will allow the other programs to continue. But thank you very much. Another round of applause for him. Thank you very, very much for honoring our invitation. So Dr. Manasa, you come here because you are the team lead for Project 5. As you read, then the Lord Mayor can be awarding these certificates.
So these certificates are in two kinds. We have certificates for mentors and also we shall have certificates for the participants. So I will start by reading out the certificates for participants. Ahereza Nobat, I propose that Ahereza Nobat, and please as I read your name you might forward. Sibwe Nobat, I am Sibwe Nobat, I am Sibwe Nobat. Bethias, Arkansas Bethias, followed by Afanyihayo Arthur. Afanyihayo Arthur. This will be followed by Amanya Peter. Ambi Kire Zaya. Patricia, Wasuja Alfred Bejo. Ipaingava Susan. Oh. Aipingamba Susan. Then we have Asasira Owen. Ashaba Martin Bob. Atkunda Cleophas. Atukwatirire Fadida. Atukwatirire Fadida. Aturinzire Grace Francis. Aturinzire Grace Francis. Nathalie, I think Nathalia, this is an international participant. Maybe Sankara, you are receiving it. Baguma Brian, for the facilitator from Baguma Brian, Marcelo George, Wasuja Alfred Ojok, Kato Andrew, Katusime Maureen, Kebirungi Mark, Kebirige Mark, sorry for the wrong pronunciation. Kibirige Mark. Okay. I took long to transition from Rinyankoe to Uganda, sorry. Kisitu Richard. Thank you. Kisitu Richard. Chogabirwe Stella Maris. Manzi Kenneth. Maweje John Bosco. Muhinda Muhumuza. Mujuni Emmanuel. Muchibi Michael. Mutuzo Martha. Nakaba Gloria Cynthia.
There are detailed comments probably for each group, but these are also general ones. Multidisciplinarity could be strengthened. We saw some teams well articulated. And because of this problem, it was difficult for these teams to see where these innovations could be employed. For some teams, we also saw gender imbalance. We wondered why there was imbalance in some. We also wondered why quite a number of teams thought that plastic is the main problem. We think that if you had done a little more reading, you'd find other issues, including but not limited to agriculture, sand mining, even pollution from the industries, water abstraction issues, the declining water levels, and of course urbanization. So a little more mapping was probably required. I'll now invite Martin to announce the winners.
All right.
The moment of truth is now. Okay, boom, 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 boom.
Noriat is taking up my show. That should be my show. Yes, good evening once again. The moment of truth indeed. Okay? And we are going to announce the first 3 winners. Okay? Starting with number 3 to number 2 and then the grand winner. So drum rolls. But DJ is not doing anything. DJ, okay. Some music.
Martin, just since we are talking about gender balance, I would like to request Dr. Sarah to join the team here. I feel cheated.
Okay.
Please, Dr. Sarah and Dr. Prudence, we feel cheated. Please come and
all right. Second runners up. Are you ready? Are you ready? So the second runners up is Echo God.
DJ, some music.
DJ. So in the second position, we have Higher Easy. the moment of truth for the winner. And the grand winner is, drum rolls, the grand winner is, wait a minute. So the grand winner is Camp Map.
Great all of you. And as I told you from the beginning, that whoever participated actually contributed a lot. And if you have not made it today, tomorrow, and actually the price will even be more. So don't lose hope. But our aim is to make sure that we innovate and we serve the community. With the powers trusted to me, I take this opportunity to officially close the bootcamp, and I wish you the best.